morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming man facing 72 felony child sex charges was a no-show for his plea hearing Tuesday in Douglas. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was in the courtroom and reports that John Smallbone didn't show up, and law enforcement officials are angered that he was set free.
What's interesting about this is as soon as I got out of this hearing, I got an email from the Larimer County District Attorney's Office down in Fort Collins. The district attorney there also asked for a $250,000 bond to be held so they can get back to Wyoming. And as you see in my story, they had some pretty strong words for that.
Already a wanted man, Smallbone should have already been in police custody and available for Tuesday's arraignment, so says Converse County Deputy Attorney Nathan Shumway. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins is asking for the public's help in finding the shooter responsible for a 5-year-old getting struck in the head by a bullet. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that she was watching the July 4th's fireworks show at F.E. Warren Air Force Base when she was hit by the stray bullet.
As of Tuesday, nearly 4 weeks later, investigators are asking the public for help or any information that helps them find the shooter. The child survived and was life-flighted to Aurora, Colorado. Doctors performed surgery and were able to remove the bullet, and the child is now recovering at home.
Anyone with information about the shooting is asked to contact the Air Force Office of Special Investigations at 307-432-2114. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
There's an incredibly important election coming up in your state, and I'm asking all of you to get out and vote for Megan Dagenfelder to be the next governor of Wyoming. She's a strong conservative and a true American First patriot. As governor, she will work tirelessly to champion Wyoming's values, protect our amazing farmers and ranchers, and safeguard Wyoming's public lands. She has my complete and total endorsement. Vote for Megan Dagenfelder.
I'm Megan Dagenfelder, a sixth-generation Wyomingite and a lifelong conservative fighter. As state superintendent, we banned boys from girls' sports, protected parental rights, and fought the radicals' agenda. As governor, I will unleash energy dominance, support law enforcement, and oppose any tax hikes. I'm proud that President Trump and Congresswoman Hageman have endorsed my campaign. They know I'll deliver for Wyoming. I'm Megan Dagenfelder, and I humbly ask for your vote. Paid for by Megan for Governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In the more than 1,100 pages of Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary released over the weekend, he mentions Wyoming's low COVID vaccination rates as well as his conversations with Dick Cheney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports.
He spoke often with former Vice President Dick Cheney, a Wyomingite. He urged the vice president to get a booster shot when Dick Cheney's cardiologist wasn't sure because Cheney had had heart problems. He praised the former Representative Liz Cheney's courage in opposing Trump and expressed gratitude because she had stood up for Fauci. And he mentioned a phone call with Governor Mark Gordon where the governor was seeking advice because he wanted to reopen the state.
Fauci cast the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as incompetent repeatedly across multiple entries. He described an at times affectionate and at times icy relationship with President Trump. Severe mental illness in Wyoming's legal standards for criminal responsibility make charges impossible despite a violent assault that left a Rock Springs nurse with a broken nose as well as other injuries. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the Sweetwater County attorney says he's not happy about it, but the law cannot charge the patient under these circumstances.
He cannot bring charges because the patient does not meet the standard for mental capacity and intent.
Nurse Christian R., who asked asked Cowboy State Daily to withhold his last name, says the blow broke his nose and touched off a chase throughout the emergency department where the patient repeatedly caught him and continued the attack by throwing more punches and kneeing him in the head and face. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Well, let's get to it. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, July 29. Thanks for being here. And we got a fantastic lineup for you. Kyle Peacock will be here shortly. We'll talk about his outfit that keeps an eye on world tariffs and supply chain and all that kind of stuff. Particularly, we'll try to understand the new tariffs regarding Canada, what that might mean. Carolyn Wells is here. And the importance of the midterms. Are we looking at a blue wave for the midterms? Caroline Wells drops in and we'll chat about that. Dr. Charles Preston, Chuck Preston, is a Golden Eagle guy for sure. He chimed in on the Golden Eagle story from the Cowboy State Daily. You could also find him based in Cody, where he's curator of one of the museums up there, one of the Buffalo Bill museums. Nick Cummings drops in. He's a redneck rescue guy. There's not a rescue he has not pulled off. If he's got to get the winch, some 4-wheel, 6-wheel, helicopter, whatever, he will get you out of any jam that you can get yourself into. What a guy. Fred Harrison, Cowboy State Daily columnist. He's got a couple columns lately about AI, data centers. He said we may be looking at data centers all wrong. It's not about what they are. It's what they do. What's on the inside? Reed Reisner is here. He's running for U.S. House. And we'll ask him many questions. Courtney Hines drops in. She's GM of the Wyoming State Fair coming up shortly. That'll be next month. I think it gets going August 11. Yeah, August 11 through 15, Wyoming State Fair. Courtney Hines been running that show for, I think, now 6th year for her. You don't want to miss the Wyoming State Fair. Don Day weather forecast. We'll do that now. Looks like this. Little bit of moisture. And enjoy it while you can, because I think the extended forecast calls for dry with a capital D and plenty more heat. Where that came from. Casper, Apache, smoke, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Sunny 95. You'll be triple digits here by the weekend for sure. Casper, Lander, Apache, smoke, rain in the afternoon. Could be. 91 the high in Lander. Evanston, chance of rain in the afternoon with the highs of 83. Rock Springs, patchy smoke and rain in the afternoon. 87 the high. Smoke and rain in Pinedale with a high 82. Afton, patchy smoke in the morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon. 87. Pretty much all of Wyoming has that scenario. Smoke early, clouds, and potential rain late. Not a ton of rain, but, an afternoon thunderstorm in Du Bois, highs 82. Smoky in Jackson to start the day. Increasing clouds could bring a rain shower in the afternoon, 88 the high in Jackson. Thermopolis, patchy smoke giving way to a slight chance of rain with highs 97 in Thermop. Cody, 93. Smoke and rain and sun. Smoke, rain, and sun in Buffalo with highs 93. Sheridan, mostly sunny, hot 97. Gillette, chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise sunny at 95. Newcastle, you'll top out 93, perhaps an afternoon rain shower. Chance of rain around 4-ish in Torrington, otherwise mostly sunny, hot 94. Douglas, rain showing up about 1 in the afternoon if it does. 94 the high in Douglas. Chance of rain in the state capital, Cheyenne, after 4 in the afternoon. Mostly sunny until then, 87 the high. Laramie, 84 with rain likely. And a chance of rain in Rawlins with highs 86. There you go. Takes you across the state in rapid fire. I don't know how long that takes for the weather forecast, but we do it fast. That's the day weather forecast. Don Day should join us later. We missed him yesterday. I think I was too late getting to him, and he bailed. He's got many commitments. He's live with numerous radio stations. Some of the lesser radio stations, if you hear him with us on radio, you got it. You got the scoop right. We get a peek into the twisted mind of that madman, Dr. Scientist, Anthony Fauci. I don't know what his diary. Claire read it. More than 1,100 pages. I'm sure Claire just skimmed it. She was interested in where and when and what Anthony Fauci had to say about Wyoming, I'm sure. The diary was recently made public. This is a diary that Dr. Anthony Fauci kept over the term of the pandemic, over COVID. Fauci in the diary, according to the story from Claire McFarland, griped about Wyoming's low COVID vaccination. Remember, Fauci was all about the shot. And he told Biden, you better tell everybody, get the shot. And Biden, I still can't find that piece of video where Biden says, get the shot. It was so eerie. For those of you who did get vaccinated, this does not need to be a partisan thing. It really doesn't. It's just a matter of your own personal choice. We have personal choice in this country. It came dangerously close to slipping out of our grasp. I mean, there were requirements that you get the shot or you would lose your job. That gets pretty serious. Where's personal choice in that? It's a fine line, you're vaccinated for measles or not. I'm hearing certainly in Teton County, where I am, I'm hearing it may be a requirement to attend summer camp. Summer camp's going on right now. Maybe the mid to late summer camps that get started with enrollment, considering requiring a measles proof of measles vaccination before you can attend summer camp. Because of the outbreak of measles now found in Wyoming. Outbreak is in air quotes, but there are cases of measles that have showed up in Teton County. Not only should you be vaccinated if you're a student age child, but there's some suggestion that if you were vaccinated back in the day, and I mean like 1964 through 1969, I believe, the vaccination was considered weak at that time for measles, and CDC is advising that you get a booster. Now, here we go. One shot doesn't fix it. You may need numerous Boosters. All right, getting back to Fauci and he mentioned Wyoming's low vaccination rates being maybe the cause of some cases spiking in Wyoming. And he mentioned his admiration of Liz Cheney along with Dick Cheney, dad, is saying that he appreciated their efforts to kind of badmouth President Trump on his early on. President Trump was kind of not on board with the whole pandemic COVID thing early on. He eventually came around sort of halfway. I mean, President Trump didn't necessarily tout the vaccinations until a certain point in his presidency, I think. He also championed some out of the box cures or protect. Remember, he was all about the horse pill. So certainly President Trump didn't fall in line as much as President Biden did following Dr. Fauci's advice, and took some grief for it from the Cheneys, Liz and Dick. And Fauci in his diary kind of gave them a pat on the back. So way to go, Dick. Way to go, Liz. Way to help me out here trying to get the American public healthy. And Claire McFarland also finally, in glossing over the 1,100 pages of Fauci's diary, said he appeared fixated on the hot and heavy press. I did get a feeling from every time I heard from Fauci and saw him speak or got a quote from him that he was reveling in the moment. Didn't you feel that, our listeners? Didn't you feel whenever Dr. Fauci had a statement to make regarding the pandemic, he was basking in the glow of the spotlight, you know? Previously, without a pandemic, what is Fauci's role? You know, what the heck is he? What the heck is his role? Is he like president of the CDC? I can't even remember. He's like the nation's top doctor. And without a COVID, you're not really, you're not really noticed. You're not in the headlines, certainly. You're not a news maker at all. You're kind of in the background. Unless you put your name on the stamp on cigarettes saying don't smoke, cancer's bad. Who even knows who Fauci is and what he does until the pandemic? And man, he enjoyed his 15 minutes, is what I'm saying. He appeared to. And wrote it all down. I mean, I don't know. Some people like to diary. Some people like to keep journals. Some people are all about journaling. I'm not sure I'd run through 1,100 pages of pandemic journaling. Some people did journal a lot, though, during the pandemic. We had nothing else to do. Fauci might have been busy making recommendations. The rest of us were told, stay home and shut up. Don't stop going to work. Don't do anything. Don't stand next to somebody within 6 feet. Don't go to restaurants. Don't do nothing. So we had plenty of time to journal how bored we were, basically. Well, no surprise here. The Wyoming man wanted on 72 sex-related charges who was in the news yesterday for allegedly using a stolen credit card to book a room in Colorado. Guess what? He did not make his court appearance. Duh. He was supposed to be at a plea hearing yesterday in Douglas. John Smallbone never showed. Law enforcement in Wyoming kind of peeved that he was ever set free and that we would ever expect him to appear in his own recognizance. Yeah, now we got to manhunt him. That shouldn't take long. LE, get on it. And let's find Smallbone, drag him in. And this time, let's have a judge that imposes a cash bond that Smallbone's not going to be able to come up with, no matter how many credit cards he steals. Allegedly. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins urging the public's help, asking for the public's help in seeing what anyone may have known about somebody firing a gun during the fireworks show at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base. I know that goes all the way back to 4th of July. It's been a while. It's been a minute. Over 3 weeks ago. But if you were at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base, you saw something, say something. What a great time while fireworks are popping to go ahead and pull out your 9 and start popping yourself. Only a stray bullet hit a 5-year-old kid who is on the mend. But Patrick Collins, mayor of Cheyenne, is asking if anybody saw anybody brandishing a firearm and shooting it in the air like you were cowboys coming off a cattle drive. That's not cool. That's not safe. Zach Sontag's story. County attorney says that Rock Spring patient who broke a nurse's nose cannot be prosecuted because he's crazy. I know we don't use that term anymore. It's not politically correct. Whatever. Severe mental illness to the point where this person is beating up a nurse and trying to run away. You know, someone who's being cared for by a hospital and they just go berserker mode. That's crazy in my book. And so crazy, this person can't understand what he did wrong and can't be prosecuted. Let's just, the day we did away with the sanitariums, shock therapy, we might have to resurrect some of that old school stuff. Afton attorney John Bowers, who was once a Lincoln County deputy prosecutor, is facing solicitation charges in Idaho. Bowers had a short statement to make as an attorney. He knows the less you say, the better. But he's being charged in Idaho after investigators say he offered to pay for sexual encounters through an app. And Bowers said he didn't do anything illegal, but what he did might have been, quote, morally wrong. The 66-year-old should be up on charges simply for using the app Sniffies. Like, what? That should be against the law. Isn't that the name of the... I think that's the name of that. I've never heard of it. Who can keep up with all these apps? This one apparently specializes in exchanging messages and meetups with, people who are not your spouse. I think the app is called, and that, I don't know why we're not concentrating more on anyone who is registered to use the app Sniffies. Oh, I can't find that now. I'm pretty sure that was the name of it. It might be, if the male is using it, it's called Stiffies. I think it's Sniffy. I can't find it. Colby Fedor wrote that story. And those are the big ones I want to talk about. Andrew Rossi's got a story about electric scooters, which if you find one riding on the highway real slow and you're stuck behind it, too bad. Scooters are okay to ride on highways in Wyoming. And that brings up, the whole e-bike issue and regular bikes and where should e-bikes be on pathways, roads? What are scooters? Where should they be traveling? Wyoming's just got some antiquated laws and stuff that we would, it was all written in the horse era, horse and buggy. Who could have visualized scooters and stuff? We'll be right back with a chat with, get ready, we're going to talk about global economy, the stupid supply chain that hasn't fixed itself since COVID, and tariffs, particularly those new ones imposed on our friends to the north, our neighbors to the north, the Canadian tariffs. Kyle Peacock is here right after this quick word.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right. Let's get back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Wednesday. Kyle Peacock is here, and he is the perfect guy to talk about tariffs, particularly those new tariffs between U.S. and Canada and President Trump. He's trying to rile our neighbors to the north, man. I hope he's not taxing hockey. I'm a Montreal Canadian fan, by the way, Kyle. Kyle is, I believe, living in Ontario province, which would make him probably a senator or a...
Oh, no. Leaf fan.
Oh, Leaf. That's right. What am I thinking? Oh, my goodness. Yes. Leafs made some adjustments in the offseason. They,
Yeah.
Leafs always look good to start, and then by the post, I don't know what happens.
By the playoffs, it's downhill. But
we can blame it. Let's blame it on the supply chain. Before we dig into tariffs, I do want to try to understand supply chain and what it is and how we wrecked it during the pandemic, man. We still haven't recovered. Kyle is a recognized media contributor. You've seen him on CBC, CNN Business, NBC, CTV, Fox, etc. Everywhere. When somebody needs answers on the global supply chain or tariffs and how they work in the economy, here's who they go for. Kyle Peacock and the Peacock Tariff Consulting, as you can see. Well, Kyle, supply chain, just like a brief flyover on, we keep hearing that's the reason for escalating costs. When the pandemic hit, we were all told, stop working. You can't go to work. That's not safe. Go home and do nothing. And oh my goodness, how fast doing nothing, creating nothing, we ran out of widgets and toilet paper. Supply chain, is that real? And are we still trying to recover?
We are. It's so many companies are still trying to recover. It's, I'd say that not everyone recovered evenly, and we're seeing certain countries that were longer lead time to get up to what they were post or pre-pandemic, and certain companies and countries, they just didn't want to engage with what they were doing pre-pandemic. And then all of a sudden it left a lot of businesses saying, okay, well, now where do we get this widget? And so it was kind of starting your supply chain from scratch. And we're seeing that a lot of companies and clients are just saying, it's great to be the cheaper supply chain overseas, globalization and such, but a lot are really looking to protect their supply chain. Everyone wanted to be just in time on their inventory, and then one hiccup, and we had a big hiccup. It caused a lot of concern. Now businesses are reverting back the other way to say, okay, how do we protect our supply chain, insulate ourselves from these? It can be anything from a weather issue to a geopolitical issue to a transportation issue, anything like that. They need to protect themselves from it, or we're going to have empty shelves again, and that's where we're at. So.
Yeah. I mean, I hope we don't go through that again, and I hope it can't come soon enough that we have warehouses full of brake pads and everything else we need, components, parts for stuff. All right, well, maybe we can fix that. Meanwhile, what's really throwing a wrench maybe in the global economy and how things happen is these tariffs. Let's start at the beginning before we go to now times, which is renewed tariffs with Canada because some have expired. Let's go to April 2025. President Donald Trump invokes for the first time ever, I believe, emergency law and creates a universal 10% tariff, higher reciprocal tariffs. Basically, he was trying to position the U.S. to get a fairer deal, according to President Trump. Now, full disclosure, Kyle is coming at things from a Canadian viewpoint, I would imagine, but he's able to speak, globally on how things, but I'm especially interested in how this stuff plays in Canada because, as a trade partner, I think Canadians felt kind of stung and certainly are lately. But what were these tariffs? Was there any indication the U.S. was getting a raw deal in certain areas? Maybe trade with China. Maybe we were getting screwed. I don't know. But what was that like in April of 25? Go back then.
So I've been in trade way too long, trade compliance. There's way too many gray hairs here, but trade was a very nondescript industry, or discipline. It wasn't getting the visibility. I would say that there was certain countries that were being taken advantage of with the structure with, anytime you can get reduced cost on labor in certain markets, it's cheaper to go there. And I'd say businesses as a whole, good American, Canadian, North American businesses, the balance sheet outweighed the effort to be here in North America. And that started 30 years ago, and it just continued to erode industry after industry. And then since I am in tariffs, there's a reason that they exist. They are there for certain means, and they're to level the playing field. And when executed right, they are a wonderful tool for countries to use. Unfortunately, I think not everyone understood them like anyone that's in tariffs. So when all of a sudden you just hear this large announcement, this percentage that's going to be applied to goods, there was a lot of noise created with it. And I think at that time, it really was misrepresentative of what was the goal. So the goal obviously is to bring jobs and the economy back to continental USA, which the administration, I think they operated in that best interest by doing it. But I think they kind of sold themselves short when they said, okay, we want to just bring every business back to the US instead of being strategic about which ones. So it wasn't, let's go after, the stuff we've outsourced to China. It's let's go after pharmaceutical that's coming from Ireland, or let's go after automotive that's coming from Canada and Mexico. It was very, it caused a lot of rifts because they went after allies and, the integrated supply chain countries in that process.
Kyle, for those of us who don't have any kind of understanding or grasp of geopolitical, economic stuff, what the tariffs were designed to do, what might be the fallout. I mean, a lot of us just thought, man, these are penalties imposed to stuff we want to buy, and now our iPhone's going to cost more. Did we see that? Did we see costs, extra tariff costs passed on to consumer?
Very much so. I think 80% of our clients had passed on the cost to the consumers. And the ones that didn't, I'd say, are the small to medium-sized enterprises that just were like, we would rather take the hit than pass it on to the consumers. The good, I'd say legacy family-owned companies that were just like, we're here to suffer. We don't want our consumers to suffer. But a lot of the large companies passed it on very quickly to the consumer. And then, you and I are going to the grocery store or going to the hardware store, and we're seeing those costs.
All right. Now let's get up to modern time. It was early this week. President Trump imposed 50% tariffs on most Canadian goods. We're talking about autos, alcohol, dairy products, with some exceptions. Did that come as a surprise to Canada's leaders? And what is this going to be? And it's not, I don't think it's a done deal. We some of this could get tied up in U.S. courts. We'll see. But what do you make of this announcement early this week?
So I'm twofold on this announcement. From a trade professional aspect, this has never been done before. So you're kind of like, oh, this is, Section 338. It's from an act passed in 1930, but never been applied. So it's like, okay, this is interesting. But also when you look at the individual person, non-educational view, you say, this is going to, increase quite a bit of the costs on those things. So, hockey equipment was one of the weird ones that was added. So, you don't look at NHL players that are having struggle. It'd be like, minor league players that are like, kids coming up. It's the parents that have to pay more. It's everything else, where a lot of the industries that these 50% tariffs are on are targeted. So it's the dairy, it's everything that's kind of in a trade iterate with the US, which totally makes sense. And I think from the Canadian side, the view is, well, if they really wanted to punish us and they wanted to secure a lot of dollars on this, it would have been on the oil, on energy, on critical minerals, but all of those are exempt. So that's why it's, hey, we can do this. I feel like it was a soft launch on Section 338. Is anyone going to fight it? When you look at it, it's only $20 billion compared to the overall so it's only a small percentage of Canadian goods that are applied. I think it's 5%, but I think you'll see that if the U.S. administration doesn't get any flack on this and it's proved legal, then we will see it applied to the Europes of the world and overseas, and that is significantly larger tool in his tool belt of being able to ensure that there's high tariffs on certain things.
I wonder if, prime ministers, if leadership in Canada feels like they are a guinea pig in this, where it's a toe in the water on Section 338 and we're creating an experiment. That seems terribly unfair to Canada.
A little bit. I think there has been the pushback of, I think Canadians expected something to come, because anytime you're in a negotiation, obviously you go both ways. And since USMCA is being negotiated, it makes sense that there would be some kind of push and pull. But I think the Section 338 portion of it surprised a lot of people, just because it kind of, dusted off a library book and pulled it out of the back room. So that's interesting. But I think you expected something to come, especially on those areas that, rightly or wrongly, there's protectionism for each country in those markets, right? So Canada protects its dairy. The US protects different industries. Everyone's kind of protecting certain areas, and they're just looking to see how they can break those walls down for businesses to get in on both sides of the border.
We're speaking with Kyle Peacock about tariffs, particularly those invoked in Canada, and we've been mentioning this. I don't know if President Trump is blowing the dust off an old book in the White House that 1930?
1930.
Which I don't know if it was that or he was rewatching Ferris Bueller's Day Off. That scene that played out when what is the name? Ben Stein? Did he play the teacher? And he's actually an economist. And I think that scene, the director said, just improvise. Think of the most boring economic thing you can think of that would make the kids' eyes glaze over. And that's what he got into.
And that's if you've ever read the act or the book, your eyes would glaze over very quick. Trust me. It's
Well, President Trump pulling out an oldie but a goodie. Do you think there was actual intent to really recognize some issues that he had heartburn with, particularly with automotive parts? We see a lot of that between U.S. and Canada. Just never seem to be able to jive, who gets to sell whose cars. And we're not even going to get into the whole heavy trucks issue and the EPA switching over to NH. Like, that is weird. That's a mess. That paperwork issue. Did President Trump, was he isolating a few things that might be a problem? Alcohol and auto.
So we'll start with auto. Auto, I think, is it's a legacy headache.
Yeah.
It seems to be, like you said, it's kind of exempt from everything else. It has its own tariffs, certain percentages, the whole bit, and the shame is a lot of the manufacturing that takes place in Ontario and or in the U.S. are all within, 500 miles of each other. It's all Southwest Ontario, Northeast Michigan, it's all within that same area. So it's really, if we didn't have borders, it would have been, there'd be no issue. But auto seems to be one industry that obviously the U.S. administration wants to ensure that they keep it, and they're punishing companies that have manufacturing plants outside of the U.S., either in Mexico, which we saw with the Toyota trucks, or obviously Ford and some of the other ones in Canada. So they're being punished, and they're saying, bring it back across the border. And unfortunately, these companies are like, well, we could bring the manufacturing plant back, but all their suppliers are built up. This is a legacy supply chain that's, it's all built around it. So you're building everything from scratch if you are, which if it moves to the US, it's great. It increases jobs, value, everything. But unfortunately, there's such a downtime for that to happen, an investment by the business to create all of those from scratch.
Yeah, you're talking about turning a battleship. I think industry in general is saying, you know what, we got 2 more years of this guy, and then we'll see what happens. Let's just sit tight and let things get tied up in court. Interesting.
Yes. And then on the alcohol one, this is where you start the story. So I'm Canadian. A lot of my friends are Canadian. Trust me, we like U.S. liquor, Kentucky bourbon. It's all the rage. But unfortunately, there was tariffs put on by the U.S. administration on steel and aluminum, and it affected quite a bit of manufacturing in certain provinces. And so for that standpoint, their reaction, they have control over the liquor in each province. So each government decided, okay, well, now we're being punished, so we're going to take the liquor off the shelves. Right or wrong, that's what happened. And then, unfortunately, now the U.S. is, the administration is upset that the alcohol is off the shelves. So now they're putting a 55% tariff on it to that. So it's really, when we go to the courts, it's going to be when the courts start the story. Is it the alcohol was taken off, and they're being punitive to these different U.S. manufacturers, or is it like right now we're a retaliation upon a retaliation upon a retaliation? So it's getting to the point where you're kind of getting silly. So it's going to be where does the courts look at who started it and what is in scope for this, and that's going to be the interesting part. And I feel like we need to get to some negotiating, because every time that we're fighting between Canada, US, Mexico, the whole bit, other countries are passing us in the supply chain. We're wasting our energies negotiating about X, Y, and Z, where everyone else is just focusing on what it is. Whereas you look at what's happened in supply chain during the pandemic in the US, Canada, the Western world, everyone just stopped. China made leaps and bounds. They have dark factories now. It's, we have a lot of catching up to do, and internal fighting between some of these countries doesn't make a ton of sense. And I feel like there's a little bit of, well, if we can show our own country's growth, it's better for the polls, it's better for this. But really, it should be looking at the big picture of how do we not become second-class citizens in that sense?
Yeah, and how do we unite a North America when we see, we haven't even had time, Kyle, to take this global, and there's too much tariff spatting between Canada and US when we should be thinking about other things, bigger picture. We haven't had time to talk about India. They just wrapped up their 8th trade policy review, what that means. Brazil is shipping beef to China, and they just hit a new tariff level tier or whatever, and we have not had time to discuss the age-old rivalry between Quebecois and Ontario, Toronto, and L'Habitant. So
we'll have to do this again.
Kyle, you got to come on again, please. We barely,
all right, thanks so much.
Barely touched the surface. Kyle Peacock on the show with the Cowboy State Daily with principal of Peacock Tariff Consulting. And we got more to come, but we got to move along. Quick break.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
All right, let's get right back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Running a little behind. That's not a good sign. We just started. I'm already behind. Sorry. Carolyn Wells is with us, Executive Director, founder of The First Ask, a PAC dedicated to electing first-time Democratic women to state legislatures. We're all about women in Wyoming. The Democrat thing, you might be coming at us a little bit from left field. We're pretty hardcore Republican, but I have found common ground with Carolyn. She knows how to pronounce Nevada correctly. Nevada. And Olivia Rodrigo. What's not to like about Olivia Rodrigo? Carolyn, can we expect a blue wave here in the midterms, and what might be driving that? I think if we saw such a movement, it might be voters concerned about things that affect them, coffee table issues, not, big bullet point campaign stuff. Like, we care about what is hurting us and what needs to be fixed. I don't know. What are you seeing?
Absolutely. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having me. And I want you to know I practiced Nevada so many times at home in my mirror. Like, there was no chance I was going to screw that up.
Nice.
But I'm the first to correct anyone who pronounces it wrong.
Good for you.
Yes. So obviously I'm coming to you in the most Republican state in the country. However, what we're seeing here is pretty typical of a midterm post-presidential election. So we are looking at incredibly unfavorable economic times, as well as a number of factors that are instilling distrust in the federal government as well as the administration. So I think we can see, as is typical for midterm elections, for there to be a blue swing. Obviously, we're not going to see the same kind of blue swing in Wyoming that we might see in more traditional battleground states, say like something like Pennsylvania. But I do think that everyone across the country is extremely concerned about their pocketbooks for good reason. I don't want to sound like I'm mansplaining, but costs are rising everywhere. Gas is almost 20% higher than it was a year ago. Food is 3% higher. Housing is obviously more expensive. In Wyoming, obviously, you're looking at power bills increasing this year. So people are really, really feeling that directly in their pocketbooks. And that's going to be what they're voting on, rather than some bigger issues that sometimes drive people.
Carolyn, just to give, I don't know if you can do anything about it, but your internet connection is borderline sketchy. Okay. If you can, I don't know, maybe get on another. But anyway, yes, I hear what you're saying. Midterm, a lot of times midterms in the, presidential, we do see a swing, could see it in certain places. And a lot of the issues, a lot of it is going to be driven by, Caroline, we were just talking to a guest earlier. Okay, a lot of people do switch over to phone, which I am kind of ready for. Let's do that. There we go. So, yeah, I think a lot of American voters are going to be asking themselves, is this whole tariff policy of our president, causing inflation, causing the price of everything to rise? Is the war in Iran, now I go to the gas pump, is that killing me at the gas pump? What is going on? Those are the questions I think voters are going to be asking themselves. How do you, in what you're doing, how do you position women Democrats to answer, to have, to get in there? If they had to sit down and get in a debate with President Trump, heaven help them. What do you arm them with? What are you telling them? The message? What do voters want to hear?
There's a couple couple of things. First, to answer your initial discussion, of course, the war in Iran is affecting gas prices. Of course, tariffs are increasing inflation. However, what we always find is that all politics is local. And everywhere you go for our candidates, and we have candidates across the country, the economic issues are very, very, very local. You know, I just talked about power bills in Wyoming. For North Carolina, they're looking at hurricane recovery and how that's affecting people's bottom line. For Florida, they're looking at housing insurance and like how that's, you know, affecting folks. So when I talk to my candidates, what I really advise for them is to think locally and think about what's affecting people directly in their community. And that's what people want to talk about. I think when we talk about the federal government, it can feel a little bit pie in the sky. They don't care about me. And to a certain extent, you know, we can understand that. So our candidates are very, very local, and we really emphasize what can be done at the local level to affect people and improve people's day-to-day lives.
And you have brought first-time women Democrat candidates into the House. You've had success in several states. What are you real high on right now? I see endorsements you've made in Texas, Pennsylvania, Michigan, other states. Where could we see some change, some blue wave and women in politics?
I do want to point out that Wyoming is amazing on women, and that's something to be very, very, very proud of. And, you know, for me, electing women across the board is the goal. So we're proud to support the women in Wyoming as well, for whichever way they lean. This year, though, I'm anticipating some inroads in the Deep South. I think that despite a lot of the conversations about gerrymandering, things like that, this will motivate people to vote. This will encourage people who might have sat out to get back in the game. Similarly, I think we'll see some blue movement in states that have been borderline battleground for a long time, such as Texas, such as North Carolina. And then I do think that, you know, and we don't have to dive into this, but a lot of people are watching blue states such as Massachusetts, New York, Washington to see how blue and how left they go. So we'll be watching that as
well. Or repainting Texas a little bit. You have any players in Texas?
We have a lot of players in Texas across the board, both in more urban areas such as San Antonio to the more rural areas where it'll be more difficult to elect somebody there. But what we like to show people across the board is that they can do it. And we've talked to countless women who definitely suffer from imposter syndrome. And they're like, I don't know, like, you know, do I have the right experience? And what we say is you absolutely do, even if this isn't going to be the election you're going to win. You're going to have a great experience. You're going to talk to a lot of voters, and you're going to change a lot of minds. And that's something we're celebrating.
Yeah. And by the way, we do have a Democratic woman, Carly Provenza, in the House here in Wyoming. You know, all right, let me ask you that. Better decisions are made with some discourse, with some friction. Republicans need Democrats. Men need women to inform a better decision. Is that part of the message?
That's absolutely part of the message. And what we see time and time again, regardless of the level of government, is women are more likely to pass bipartisan bills than men.
Yeah, they play better in the sandbox.
They play better in the sandbox.
They don't get into, you know, it's my way, the highway, it's right, it's left. I'm like, oh my goodness. And that's where we are with politics today. Maybe this could be a blue wave and a new wave into getting into, you know, better politics. The First Ask, that's what we're talking about. The PAC dedicated to putting first-time Democrat women into office in pretty much in House races in each state. I mean, are you in the Senate at all, or like where?
We just do state legislatures because we feel like this is a really good entry point for somebody new to politics. Additionally, the state legislatures have so much impact over a lot of the issues that we care about day to day. They often get overlooked. It's not, you know, for lack of better words, the sexy kind of race. But if voters are thinking about their local issues, if you're caring about that pothole, or if you're caring about power, you know, your bill prices, it's your state legislatures that are going to have the biggest impact.
Carolyn Wells is our guest. She served in the Biden administration, lifelong organizer, beginning her career in Hillary Clinton's 2015 campaign. I know those are some naughty words in Wyoming, but we're saying she has the chops, and now founder of an interesting organization. Got to check it out. Carolyn Wells, The First Ask. You can find it on the interwebs, thefirstask.org. Carolyn, thank you for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
You bet. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to get top of the hour news coming up next hour. We got Dr. Charles Preston here. He's messing around with golden eagles, and including one that has lead poisoning and was hit by a car. I don't know if golden eagles have 9 lives. If so, this one's got 7 left. Very interesting story in the Cowboy State Daily. Nick Cummins drops in. He's the redneck rescue guy. No matter how deep in the mud or snow you get your rig stuck, he can get you out. And Nick says he's saved many a marriage, I have no doubt, by getting you out of that tight situation. Right now, time for news. Thanks for spending your Wednesday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming man facing 72 felony child sex charges was a no-show for his plea hearing Tuesday in Douglas. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was in the courtroom and reports that John Smallbone didn't show up, and law enforcement officials are angered that he was set free.
What's interesting about this is, as soon as I got out of this hearing, I got an email from the Larimer County District Attorney's Office down in Fort Collins. The district attorney there also asked for a $250,000 bond to be held so they can get back to Wyoming. And as you see in my story, they have some pretty strong words for that.
Already a wanted man, Smallbone should have already been in police custody and available for Tuesday's arraignment, so says Converse County Deputy Attorney Nathan Shumway. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins is asking for the public's help in finding the shooter responsible for a 5-year-old getting struck in the head by a bullet. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that she was watching the July 4th's fireworks show at F.E. Warren Air Force Base when she was hit by the stray bullet.
As of Tuesday, nearly 4 weeks later, investigators are asking the public for help or any information that helps them find the shooter. The child survived and was life-flighted to Aurora, Colorado. Doctors performed surgery and were able to remove the bullet, and the child is now recovering at home.
Anyone with information about the shooting is asked to contact the Air Force Office of Special Investigations at 307-432-2114. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
There's an incredibly important election coming up in your state, and I'm asking all of you to get out and vote for Megan Dagenfelder to be the next governor of Wyoming. She's a strong conservative and a true American First patriot. As governor, she will work tirelessly to champion Wyoming's values, protect our amazing farmers and ranchers, and safeguard Wyoming's public lands. She has my complete and total endorsement. Vote for Megan Dagenfelder.
I'm Megan Dagenfelder, a 6th-generation Wyomingite and a lifelong conservative fighter. As state superintendent, we banned boys from girls' sports, protected parental rights, and fought the radicals' agenda. As governor, I will unleash energy dominance, support law enforcement, and oppose any tax hikes. I'm proud that President Trump and Congresswoman Hageman have endorsed my campaign. They know I'll deliver for Wyoming. I'm Megan Dagenfelder, and I humbly ask for your vote. Paid for by Megan for Governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In the more than 1,100 pages of Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary released over the weekend, he mentions Wyoming's low COVID vaccination rates as well as his conversations with Dick Cheney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports.
He spoke often with former Vice President Dick Cheney, a Wyomingite.
He urged the vice president to get a booster shot when Dick Cheney's cardiologist wasn't sure because Cheney had had heart problems. He praised the former Representative Liz Cheney's courage in opposing Trump and expressed gratitude because she had stood up for Fauci. And he mentioned a phone call with Governor Mark Gordon where the governor was seeking advice because he wanted to reopen the state.
Fauci cast the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as incompetent repeatedly across multiple entries. He described an at times affectionate and at times icy relationship with President Trump. Severe mental illness in Wyoming's legal standards for criminal responsibility make charges impossible despite a violent assault that left a Rock Springs nurse with a broken nose as well as other injuries. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the Sweetwater County attorney says he's not happy about it, but the law cannot charge the patient under these circumstances.
He cannot bring charges because the patient does not meet the standard for mental capacity and intent.
Nurse Christian R., who asked Cowboy State Daily to withhold his last name, says the blow broke his nose and touched off a chase throughout the emergency department, where the patient repeatedly caught him and continued the attack by throwing more punches and kneeing him in the head and face. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
And we're back at it here at Hour 2, the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Dr. Charles Preston joins us. We might just refer to him as Chuck. We'll keep it fairly informal. Wildlife ecologist, conservation biologist. Dr. Preston is Senior Museum of Natural History of Buffalo Bill Center of the West, and he's probably forgotten more about golden eagles than we'll ever know. That's what I want to talk about. In the news, the Cowboy State Daily, I guess the first question we have to ask Dr. Preston regarding golden eagles is, are they like cats? Do they have 9 lives? Because 2N is running out of them.
I wish they did. This one was an unusual one, and it was against all odds that we caught up with it. First of all, find out what it's doing in its life, and then it made it through. This bird that we're talking about, I call it 2N because that's the band, the color band that I placed on it way back in 2020, and this is part of a long-term study that's still ongoing. Started in 2009. To monitor the reproduction and predator-prey dynamics, that sort of thing, of golden eagles in the Bighorn Basin. And now Teton Raptor Center and University of Wyoming is really leading the charge on this project. I retired officially in 2018, but have continued with the project and gradually sort of handing it down and watching other researchers really do a fantastic job in expanding the work. But this bird was captured and banded, and I banded it in 2020. One of over 100 eagles that I banded. Now, the life expectancy or the expectancy of survivorship of a bird like this is about 50% over the first 2.5 years of its life, and only about 25% of these birds would make it to breeding, and so at the age of about 5 years. And so this one beat the odds right away. But then here's the fascinating thing. Unfortunately, the bird was hit by a car in 2021. It was just a little over a year old. When it was taken to Susan Ahalt at Ironside Bird Rescue, found that it also had lead poisoning, which is unfortunately not uncommon these days and can be fatal. Only about, maybe 30% of birds that are rehabilitated in a situation like this would survive. So again, beating the odds. But Susan was able to rehabilitate the bird and release it back into the wild. And we didn't know what was going on after that, had no way of knowing until my colleague, Brian Bedrosian at the Teton Raptor Center and his crew captured this bird. And again, as part of this long-term study, they wanted to capture some breeding birds, some of the birds at nest. This bird showed up, it's a female, and she showed up as a breeder on a new territory about 20 miles from her natal territory, as the eagle flies, and captured her, banded, called me. I was at my winter home in Arkansas, called me. He was very excited, and so was I. This bird had made it through all of that gauntlet of the first 5 years, 6 years of its life to breed in the Bighorn Basin, in a neighboring territory. So the story doesn't end there. This bird produced 2 fledglings this year successfully. So this bird that we banded as a fledgling in 2020 now is a mother of 2 successful fledglings, as far as we know now. They've both been banded and actually tagged with satellite tags now. So quite a story, really is. But it's a window into this broader world of wildlife in the Bighorn Basin and golden eagle ecology specifically, and what kind of odds they are up against from day one.
2N is bucking the trend against all odds. What a story, 2N. In fact, Dr. Preston, I'm sure that's a call you rarely get. Oh, we have a golden eagle that you banded years ago. You probably never know what happens to those eagles. But let's back up a second and talk about the species golden eagle, what they are, how they differ, and what are their challenges. You mentioned our population is suffering, certainly in Wyoming, which necessitates this study. What are the challenges? What is golden eagle up against that bald eagles seem to be doing pretty well? Golden eagles, for one thing, they're big. Boy, if you've ever seen one in the wild, they are huge.
They are about a 7-foot wingspan and with talons about 2.5 inches long. I mean, they're impressive predators. Their power in the talons is about 700 pounds per square inch. Somebody's measured it as that.
Wow.
That is stronger than a bald eagle, which is closer to 500. So yeah, they're about the same size as bald eagles, but more powerful. So here's the situation. They're an apex predator. They are slow reproducing. And so that in itself makes them more vulnerable to disturbances in the environment, that sort of thing. They live a long time if they make it through that first few years, up to 30 years in the wild. But here's the problem. They are now considered a species of special conservation or greatest conservation need throughout most of the western states, the Intermountain Western states. Wyoming, particularly the Bighorn Basin, is one of the real strongholds of breeding. It's just got everything they need here. That's why we've been studying them and trying to figure out their reproduction. It varies from year to year depending on prey base. But here are the problems with that golden eagles are facing now. First, just natural mortality, starvation. It's tough to make a living out there. But beyond that, now we have, of course, we talked about lead poisoning. that can occur as they pick up, they scavenge gut piles, and that has lead ammunition, lead fragments in it. So that's why we really encourage copper-based or other non-lead-based ammunition for big game. But they're declining in many areas, maybe as much as 28%. And some of the issues, of course, habitat loss is a big one. I mean, we keep expanding in the West, and we're expanding into these broad sagebrush steppe and high desert kind of environments. Boy, if you go to Boise, Idaho, you see how it's expanded there. We're seeing it around Cody here and throughout Wyoming, really. Unfortunately, they are still being shot illegally. People persecute them, shoot them, whether they think it's a predator, we got to get rid of them, or it's they are worried about their own livestock. That poisoning, not just lead poisoning, but also poisoning for rodents sometimes can certainly be picked up by these golden eagles. Collisions with wind turbines, a big added mortality over the last decade or so. That's huge in Wyoming as we look at increased wind power development, collisions with vehicles, power lines, electrocution. Invasive plants, cheatgrass is really invading this sagebrush steppe environment in many ways. That affects the prey base, which in turn affects the golden eagles. In the Bighorn Basin specifically, in 2020, really right after I banded this bird, was the emergence of rabbit hemorrhagic disease virus. And it's still in the area. And the rabbit population just tanked. Cottontail rabbits and jackrabbits, both primary prey that we found for golden eagles in this area. And so their reproduction plummeted along with the cottontail rabbits. We're waiting this year. We're running surveys this evening, as a matter of fact, in this week. We do that every year to see what the prey base is. There's some indications that it's starting to recover, so we're hopeful for that.
Man, I mean, you outline a lot of challenges. I mean, to wildlife in general today, habitat encroachment, definitely, right up there, top of the list, but indiscriminate poisoning, you didn't mean to target that animal, or just intentional shooting. I mean, maybe you worry the golden eagle is going to carry off your lambs while you're, lambing. All kinds of lead poisoning and the wind turbine. I was surprised to see the latest study that numbers from 2025 and tens of thousands of birds killed by wind turbines. So a lot of challenges today to be a golden eagle. Dr. Preston, thanks for being here. We can't let you go before we mention a early chapter of Chuck Preston's life as a Lion before he was an Eagle guy. 1972 Lions baseball team.
Oh, you've been doing your homework. That's right.
Doctor, I just wanted to fact check this claim that you were part of this legendary 1972 college baseball team. And sure enough, I'm looking at the roster and you're here. I'm going to share this photo with our viewers. This goes way back in this is a legendary baseball team, and Charles is mentioned. A Charles Preston from Fort Smith. The West Ark Lions, they're no more, right? They're now.
That's right. It's now University of Arkansas at Fort Smith.
Yeah,
it was a 2-year school. I would not have. I had a few scholarship offers out of high school. Chose to stay in my hometown because West Ark. We saw that as one of the best, really, for junior colleges or community colleges. We were in the top 5 in the nation that year for both years I was there. But that second year was our championship year, and it was, I guess it is legendary. We've had a couple of reunions, but I would not have gone to college. Nobody in my family had ever attended university before me. And I probably would not have gone if I had not gotten the baseball scholarship, and the rest is history.
The way that played, and it is history. A lot of the players from that 1972 team credit the camaraderie. All those kids grew up playing Legion ball together, all you guys, and you peaked at the right time, and that's baseball. Nice.
It is that.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Preston, for being on. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you, Jag. I really enjoyed it, what a pleasure to be with you this morning.
All right, so we got to get to a weather forecast. Don Day up next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as the county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's get to some weather forecasting if we could. The day weather forecast. Don Day is here. Don, first things first. I need you to just even say this word for me before you can explain what it means. It's in the news recently. Pyrocumulonimbus cloud.
Pyrocumulonimbus.
Thank you. Those are the clouds created by major wildfires, big fire.
Yeah, when you hear pyrocumulonimbus, just think of the word pyro. Pyro.
Yeah.
So heat. So when you get large wildfires, if conditions are right, the heat generated by that fire causes the air to rise very, very quickly. And if there's enough moisture higher up, it creates a cloud. And sometimes it will generate its own thunderstorm, and you get the cumulonimbus. So pyrocumulonimbus means heat cloud, basically heat generated cloud.
And you've explained one of the factors into making an afternoon rain shower is this uplift, this rising of heat. We might see a bit of it today, but I'm thinking, boy, longer range, Don. I'm worried certainly about drought, and I'm hot and dry. Long range is what I see. But let's talk about today. Still showers in the afternoon possible.
Yeah, no, today is going to be very much like yesterday. In fact, it's going to be very similar. Temperatures, afternoon and evening thunderstorms are good bet. Really, in many areas, not everybody will get rained on, but there will be some good chances out there. Then tomorrow and Friday, it's mainly the eastern counties of the state that see the thunderstorms, and we will get hot again, but it's all not hot, Jake.
Okay.
This weekend is going to be a dirt burner. bar none.
Turner.
Sunday especially. I mean, we're going to hit 90s and 100s again, especially in north central and northeastern Wyoming. However, one reason it's going to get so hot this weekend is that air is getting drawn up right out of the desert southwest into the region because a storm is moving into British Columbia that's then going to move across Alberta and by early next week into Saskatchewan, and it's going to draw that desert air in. However, once that storm gets east of the Canadian Rockies, it's going to spill cooler air into the northern Rockies early next week. So northern and eastern Wyoming may see temperatures by Tuesday and Wednesday 70s, lower 80s, might even be cooler than that in places. So there's some heat relief coming next week, but through the weekend, it's going to be super hot.
The same forces at work bringing heat will also bring cool. That's crazy. That just showed you weather is so global, Don. You can't just stare at Wyoming and put some H's and L's on the state and say, I'm good. I'm done. Close up shop for the day. Don's work, he's got to look at the whole globe.
Yep, there's a lot to keep track of, but there is some relief, especially for folks in northeastern Wyoming. By Tuesday and Wednesday, it'll be like the Nestea plunge. Like, wow, this is nice.
Well, we've expanded your weather dictionary today with what is it again?
Pyrocumulonimbus.
Thank you. And dirt burner. Watch for that.
Dirt burner.
Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Dirt burner. Coming up this weekend. Yeah, I saw that. I saw on my icon weather thing, lot balls of sun and upper 90s, triple digit kind of thing going on in Wyoming coming up. But today, as you heard Don Day say, one of those, just another one kind of like we got yesterday. So, redo. Let's double down on that. Let's go to, we got to go to the Redneck Rescue, guys. I love these dudes. I can't believe I have not had them on. I had to look it up. I swear they've been on the show, but apparently not. Let's go to who I hope is Nick Cummings in the room. And, oh yeah, that's him. All right, let's get into the Zoom room and let's play him some fancy music so he can feel like somebody. There he is. It's Alpine Redneck Rescue, and I'm one of the YouTube channel followers because who doesn't love a good rescue? Getting yourself in all kinds of jams. Don't worry, Nick, he specializes in getting people out of impossible situations, and he's probably saved more marriages than a lot of counselors out there. Nick, your latest was... I don't know if you would have called that, grade your latest on level of difficulty, the Palisades. And my goodness, it happens almost every year when the Palisades Reservoir starts shrinking away and we got to go find the water with our pickup truck and it looks good until it doesn't. Yeah.
Right?
What would you call that? I mean, you were a long way from the vehicles that you had to rescue. So I'm thinking, all of us Wyomingites who can self-rescue, we got a buddy with a tow rope, but we don't got what you got. What did you have to do? And would you have rated that like pretty difficult or just an average day?
So that was a pretty normal day on Palisades Reservoir. It happens all the time. I probably get a small percentage of the people that actually do get stuck. There is a lot of good Samaritans out there that help each other out. Here in Wyoming, we're pretty handy and good at pretty neighborly and help each other out. This one, I would rate this one probably, a 6. It wasn't terrible, but it was a long ways out. So the most part of the work there is laying all this equipment out and putting it away. But for this one, one of the people we had helped previous, so they actually let the other person know and they called us up and we went in to help out. And in a lot of these situations, talking to a person on the phone, it's always pretty interesting because you never know their perspective. So they may be like, oh, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's no big deal. You know what I mean? Or they're like, oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
You know, and you get there and you're like, the first one's like, oh, they're easy. And you're like, you get there and you're like, no, this one's really tough, actually.
Isn't that funny? And do you have any inclination when you get that call on the bat line? Like, have you been able to match certain like tone or like how they paint the scenario? Like, you are never going to be able to get me out of this. We're going to have to call in the Air Force. Like, or they say, I just need, just bring your smallest truck and this should be easy.
Right? No, exactly. The other thing too is always have them send you a picture. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
That finishes putting the picture together, So, well, it's also pretty funny because I show up with Miranda, my old 94 Ford, and they're like, really? You're going to get me out with that? And they've got like a 4-door dually diesel buried in the frame in the mud,
Yeah. Well, how do you manage that? I mean, it's all leverage technique. I mean, most of what you're doing, we're talking about winching and the laws of physics and pulling. How do you do that?
So I do have the kinetic strap, which works great, but I prefer the winch because with the remote control, you can get into the situation, listen to what's going on, you know what I mean, and make sure everything goes correct. So the key to my success is actually the winch foot that I built on the front of my plow truck. So instead of it being a matter of how heavy their vehicle is and how heavy my vehicle is, that winch foot, my winch line runs up and over the top of it and pushes it into the ground. So all that energy stays right on the front of my vehicle as opposed to my tires. So that allows me to pull a lot harder and not a matter of how heavy theirs is versus mine.
He's pulling smarter and harder.
You got it.
Nick Cummins with Alpine Redneck Rescue. We're talking about the Andrew Rossi story in particular that just reminded me of these guys again. I love to watch. It's one of my guilty pleasures on YouTube when I'm wasting time. I love to watch the jams you get people out of. It's just fun to see how, you just touched on a moment ago, repeat customers. Some people never learn, I guess. If you have Nick on speed dial, you might have some issues in your life you need to address.
Our big thing, though, is no shame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I never shame anybody about their situation or how they got there. It's all about getting them out, and the worst has happened, and we're moving forward from here. You were talking about saving marriages. That's part of things, too. I take pride in like bringing positivity to the situation. You know what I mean? The worst has happened and we're moving forward.
And I'll tell you what, man, if you want to live in Wyoming, one of your calling cards is you have to be willing to push the limits. Who doesn't appreciate a guy who's gotten himself into one kind of a jam? You're like, I thought I could do it. Nick, when you arrive on scene, what is your immediate response? Like, no judgment. You probably say, whew, give a low whistle and say, this is a good one. I'm impressed.
No, exactly. Always supportive. You know what I mean? Like, keep it light, make jokes. You know what I mean? Especially when it's couples and stuff like that. This happens to everybody. Like, really, the Palisades Reservoir is kind of a special place. I've done rescues on other reservoirs, but like this one, it's that sand on peanut butter. So like, you've got that layer on top that looks good, and it's just pure mud underneath. And then with Idaho's irrigation and stuff like that, they changed the level of the lake so much. What people don't realize is what they're driving on was underwater, not but like 3 days to a week ago,
Yeah. And it feels like it's set up and it maybe isn't. Again, the weight of your vehicle, you're good till you're not.
Exactly.
Hey, Nick, give us some tips for self-rescue, whether we're in the peanut butter or the snow or sand. Sand, I know. I've been in a sand jam, and deflating the tires was a big help.
No, that's a big one. And it's always good to do everything you can. Like in a lot of situations, a lot of my videos, you'll see where people have put sticks underneath.
Yeah.
Made rows of rocks behind for traction. I think the biggest one is if you're trying to self-rescue, if it's not going well, stop before you completely bury. Because once you completely bury, then you're relying on someone else to come rescue you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The other big one too is sometimes a strap through the rim, you know what I mean, will help because you can get a little extra traction using boards to kind of ramp things up. Deflating tires, like you said, is always a great one. Another big one too is when you realize things are going south, if you can keep your momentum, don't stop. Get back to good ground. If you notice things are going south and things get soft, back up on the road. Don't turn off the road, because even though it's muddy, that is still packed from previous, you know what I mean? Rounds, versus you get off on the side and it's just soft and you sink right in.
Good advice, Nick. Alpine Redneck Rescue. Also, as Nick mentioned, when you're in a jam and you've made it worse, when you get to the point where we would call high-centered, or the undercarriage of your vehicle is starting to touch earth, you're probably not going to be able to get out of that jam. That's when you got to call Nick.
No, for sure. So then even if you have your friends helping you, so one of my other things too is I'm always happy to share advice. Yeah. I don't go for trade secrets and things like that. If somebody can get out with some advice, I'm happy to share.
Yeah.
So like a lot of the things that I'll commonly share with people is like, if you have somebody pulling you out, make sure that each pull, they take a different path. That way they're not spinning through on their previous path and working through that surface. And also lay out as much as you can to get your vehicle, the good vehicle, as far away as possible.
Interesting. Let's pick your brain for some more advice, Nick.
Absolutely.
A few other things I've found that could be advantageous. A lot of us have four-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. Some in trucks in particular. Let's talk about locking the axles when you have one tire spinning and the other one's not. Now, you might be able to fix that on your truck so they're all spinning, and then talk about low four compared to high four. Sometimes you want to use momentum and get jamming on it. Sometimes you want to creep out of a difficulty.
No, for sure. And sometimes too, low range is so torquey that it just powers through. You know what I mean? So in a lot of my situations when I'm rescuing somebody too, I'll actually have them go in high range so that their vehicle, especially diesels, because they have so much torque, that their tires don't spin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's a variation there. You know what I mean? The other big one that gets people today is all the modern technology and traction control. So a lot of these vehicles, you can't actually shut the traction control fully off. Even though you hit the button and it says off, it still limits you. So actually low range will shut all of that stuff off in a lot of vehicles. So that's also a good piece of information too. So if you see a situation where you know that it's going to get slick or potentially be an issue, shutting your traction control off before you head into it is a good choice.
Nick, let's talk about when safety trumps everything. I've been in one jam where the wife had to rescue me. 4Runner was able to get it done when the 1-ton was stuck. So she's got bragging rights on that one. I also had one situation where I had a truck starting down a cliffside, like a pretty steep incline. And I'm like, you know what? If I try to help myself any further, we could get into a roller and I could be all the way down this thing. When we got safety first, eh?
Absolutely. There's nothing funny about safety, you know? So on that note, like when I do my rigging, especially steep inclines and things like that, like if you're in a situation like that, anchoring your vehicle so that things can't go further until help comes is a big one. Also, when I do my rescues, I prefer to take extra time to do extra rigging. I'll run a safety strap. So in case a winch line breaks or something of that nature, you know what I mean? It doesn't release the vehicle to go down and create more damage. We take our pride in ourselves of not doing more damage to vehicles. So like anchoring things off, double rigging, multiple points of attachment, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I like to go over, not under, you know?
All right, give me an idea. And I think Cowboy State Daily checked in with you a 3 years ago about an ATV that was in a tree. Like, give me an idea of the worst stuff you've ever seen and when you had to call literal air support.
No, we've had some pretty good ones. I mean, that four-wheeler, so that one was kind of a tough situation because it was in an area where you couldn't use mechanical items. Because it was in the wilderness, we had to pull a permit to get that retrieved. You know what I mean? So in that case, the helicopter was the answer because the vehicle was in such terrible condition that even getting it out of where it was, if we got it up the hill, even getting it out to where we could put it in a truck, it wouldn't have got there. And when it comes to, on the same note too, when it comes to a point where like the helicopter makes more sense than me, because with the snowmobile rescues, I'm kind of the step in between your friends and the helicopter. So at a certain point where hours start to stack up and it makes more sense to do a helicopter because it's cut and dry, this is what it's going to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about two unusual situations. All of us have been stuck in the mud, stuck in the snow, probably, or we're not trying hard enough if you haven't. But there are some other unusual. You mentioned snowmobiles stuck or abandoned out in the middle of nowhere. Now, what kind of tools do you have at your disposal? I mean, sometimes it's just the 94. What is Silverado? What kind of truck did you have?
I got a 94 Ford F-250 named Miranda with a 351 Windsor. It was actually an old horseshoers truck out of Moran.
I'll be darned.
It's got 328,000 original miles. It's just a great old truck.
Well, the odometer on Miranda is not counting miles; it's counting rescues. How many rescues under the belt for that famous truck? But
man, I would say 200 plus.
Golly. Well, sometimes there's things beyond Miranda's ability. What else do you got? Like razors? How do you rescue a snowmobile? With another snowmobile?
So I have my turbo Skidoo. So I have a gas-powered winch that goes into the link system on the back of the Skidoo, and I have a 500-foot roll of rope. So I'll take that 500-foot roll of rope, run it. It actually will unspool as I ride, so it mounts on my box. So I can go and hook the end of it to the dead sled and just ride away and unspool that rope. And then I have a gas-powered winch that's like a capstan sailboat winch.
Yeah.
So you just wrap the rope around it so it's endless. And it'll pull 33 feet a minute and pull 1,500 pounds. So I'll take that to the top and just winch it up and out of the situation. With the sled only weighing 500 pounds, that winch will pull it out of any situation, much less if you put a snatch block on it. Before I go to that point, though, we'll try to do the one up, one down. So we'll take, and I'll put a pulley at the top and run my sled downhill, because trying to tow uphill, gravity's working against you. But if I use my good sled to drive downhill, now I have gravity on my side, I can get better traction, and I can boost down the hill, and the dead sled comes up the hill, and the customers get big smiles.
Listen to this guy. Oh, Nick, I got a feeling Nick is a high-tech redneck. They might be redneck rescue, but he has a degree in physics, an advanced degree maybe.
It's a fun thing, man. Like, each rescue is a new challenge. I really enjoy the off-road rescue aspect because the people really appreciate it. And I do this because I enjoy helping others. I really try to keep it affordable.
Yeah.
And because we're only off-road and we don't have the on-road liabilities, our insurance is a lot less, and I can pass that savings on to customers.
Very cool. So how far will you go? Have you gone? And how does the next the next redneck who thought he could get a hold of you when he can't?
So you can find us on Google. We'll travel wherever. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's a fee that goes with, but if no one is willing to go deal with the situation, because we deal with a lot of stuff that like tow truck companies don't want to do, or there's only certain companies that will, it becomes a challenge when you get into these off-road situations. Back in the day, it was all your local Jeep clubs. You know what I mean? But in this day and age, there's so many off-roaders, you know what I mean? And a lot of people out adventuring that, stuff happens.
Hey, Nick, one last thing while we got a genius like you on the line. For folks who are just, your average winter, I got to just pull somebody out of the drift, out of the ditch. Give us some advice on how to do that right. What is the gear needed? For me, I prefer having chain over a strap, and I like some rope on either end of it to get a little bit of boing, because I like to bump and pull. So how do we do it? What should the vehicle being towed be doing? Should that person be driving? How do you get somebody out of a simple snow jam?
So if you're trying to deal with stuff on your own and equipment that you should just kind of carry for yourself, honestly, the kinetic strap they make these days is an amazing tool. So with that, your Forerunner can pull out that diesel truck. You know what I mean? Because the kinetic strap stretches about 30% and provides 4 times the pulling force. And it also, like when we used to choose chains a lot back in the day by themselves, you know what I mean? Because we had nothing else, that hits hard and does damage. Or has a high risk of it. You know what I mean? Where the kinetic strap has some stretch to it. Now things aren't hitting, you know what I mean? Even for like towing a vehicle down the road makes a big difference because you don't have that hard hit.
Good point. You got a little bit of give in there, and watch out while you're strapping too. Some people just throw it over their toe hitch. You watch that thing popping off. Stay out of the way, and make sure you grab onto something substantial on the vehicle you're trying to get out. Like get around that axle. Don't just grab a bumper because that's all you'll rescue.
No, for sure. And every time I use the receiver shackle for that reason. You know what I mean? That goes in the receiver hitch. And a lot of vehicles these days, there's plastic so low that you can't get underneath it without damaging stuff. So like in those types of situations, like when I have cars on the lake bottom, I'll actually lace through a wheel and have them hold the brakes so the tire won't rotate to keep it out of the body and just physically drag the vehicle out.
Yeah.
So another fun one, you were asking about snow and rescues. So the other one that happens a lot is people don't realize that it's a snowmobile trail and drive down it.
Oh, boy.
So in those kind of situations, I don't want to drive my vehicle in and become part of the situation and have to call somebody else, which I've also had the question of who do I call when I get stuck?
Who trumps you?
It's my wife or Derek with Palisades Towing. You know, we work together a decent amount.
Nice.
But when the vehicle's on the snowmobile trail, I'll actually take a full-size winch because all my stuff's remote and take it in on a snowmobile and anchor it to trees or whatever and use their vehicle to power it and turn their vehicle around, get it pointed in the right direction, lower some air pressure, drive it out. Or I have Frank the Tank, which is my 1000cc Skidoo Expedition. And I have a 5,000 pound winch in the back of that's mounted.
Dang.
And I made my winch frame with anchor points. So when I tie the anchor points off to a tree so it doesn't stretch my snowmobile out, it's all on the winch frame. So then my snowmobile is just attached to it and powering it because it's a big enough snowmobile that actually has an alternator.
Oh, man.
And with that 5,000 pound winch, I've actually towed out a Jeep on the lake bottom that was buried in the snow, a skid steer that slid off the road.
Skid steer
With a snowmobile.
Those are heavy.
You know, they are.
Oh, man.
But Frank the Tank it's got a 20 inch wide track, 1000cc V-twin fuel injection with low range. And that thing weighs 800 pounds before I put my stuff on it.
Holy mackerel.
No, I also built the trailer for that, for towing stuff out. You know what I mean? That's the other part I enjoy about this is you get to create things that don't exist. You know what I mean? And be creative and build, things that you need. So like winch anchors that bury in the ground, the winch foot, the rack or the winch for the back of the snowmobile. I also built a trailer that the tongue is a receiver hitch and all the adapters are on receivers. So you can take it apart and build whatever you need. So you can put a snowmobile on it. I built a fifth wheel hitch on it. It's fun.
At this point, Nick Cummings has probably seen it all, but maybe not. You might challenge him with the next rescue, but he's seen so much, he's had to invent ways to get you out of a jam, but he can do it. Nick Cummings, Alpine Redneck Rescue. Nick, thanks for being on.
Thank you. We'll take the suck out of your stuck.
We'll be right back.
Here at Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like agriculture.
From the moment that John saw this baby bison, it's had a personal vendetta against him.
Small town Wyoming.
There's been this pride in the county that there is no stoplight.
Politics.
He wants to get in there, do more listening to the people of Wyoming.
Energy.
They announced a $4 billion investment.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A+ service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day, with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
It's Rossi time. Andrew's here. Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily. Andrew, we were just talking about a story you featured in the Cowboy State Daily about Nick Cummings, his Alpine Redneck Rescue. Ain't no jam he can't get you out of. Pretty par for the course to see vehicles stuck in that, what Nick calls peanut butter, but that it's just lake bed. That used to be lake bed about a week ago in Palisades Reservoir. A lot of folks want to get out as close to the water as they can. Feels like you can until you can't.
Pretty much, yeah. The 3-for-1 deal. Spoke to Nick about that. He described it as sand on peanut butter. That there's a fine layer of sand across the top, and then once you get through that, you just get straight into the mud, and then there's no way of getting yourself out. So the first vehicle went out there and got stuck. Then they called the second vehicle to come and get them, which got stuck. And then they called the third vehicle to come and get them, which got stuck.
Yeah. And the key is, I mean, it's hard because if you're far enough out there, you know, your tow rope is only so long. So the rescuer has to come out in the bad stuff too. And now you're all in the bad stuff. Nick knows how to do it. It's not his first rodeo at all. Have you been, Andrew, have you ever been stuck in snow or mud or whatever where you're like, oh man, I am thoroughly stuck here?
You know, it's kind of funny about that, Jake. When I first moved out here, I was living in an apartment in Thermopolis, and my Nissan Altima got stuck as I was pulling out of my parking spot.
Oh.
So I was blocking the entrance to the parking lot, but it wasn't stuck in a terrible situation. I could go in and be warm, but it was just really annoying.
Yeah, and it's a hopeless feeling when you're like you feel so helpless you can't do anything.
Yeah, I tried calling AAA because my parents had gotten me a membership at the time, and they told me that they could get somebody out there in 1 or 2 days.
Huh. AAA. Yeah, you need friends with tow ropes. All right, Andrew, another story of yours. Let's talk about, let's say you're on a road to nowhere. Didn't Talking Heads already do that?
They probably did. It's a pretty it's a common concept, but we actually have it here in Northwest Wyoming.
I know of one of these, by the way, in Nevada. It's a road to a place called Seven Troughs, which I can only assume was a mining town, and then it wasn't. But if you look at it on a map, it's a high. You can see this highway. It goes and goes and goes, and then it just stops like for no reason, nowhere. Is that what this one does in Wyoming?
Yeah, pretty much. If you head into Clark and you head towards the Clark's Fork Canyon, it's a nice, smooth, very scenic drive for 8 or 9 miles. Then it just ends at a dirt parking lot with a lot of big rocks in it. And that's because that was going to be the beginning of the highway that was going to connect Cody to Cook City, Montana. They wanted to have that route open so Cook City residents could reach Cody and Cody residents and visitors could reach the northeast entrance of Yellowstone. So they started building it, but then they realized that there was a lot of public backlash to the Clark's Fork Canyon. We're very protective of the Clark's Fork Canyon and always have been. And the fact that Clark is one of the windiest spots in the world and the canyon is a wind tunnel that just funnels all of that down. So ultimately they abandoned it, and they decided to go the alternate route, which was up and over Dead Indian Pass. That became the Chief Joseph Scenic Highway. But it's just interesting that they got that far along with the planning to the point of actually building the thing before they just decided it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess of the top 3 things not on my bingo card would be, we didn't think of the wind and how we would ever keep this clear. If any kind of little bit of snow fell, it would be a nightmare. And we didn't think of the public backlash. I would have thought they run out of money. You know, we got this far, we're out of money. There's where the road stops. But
no, in this case, it wasn't that. I mean, the consensus was that continuing to build through the bottom of the Clark's Fork Canyon would have been prohibitively expensive for the reasons that you mentioned, because of the snow, because of the wind, but also because of the rock falls. And with the intensity of any rock falls, it's like, could any human-made structure? One guy in a commentary said nothing short of a structure built for a nuclear blast could survive the rock falls in the canyon. So it was deemed too impractical for that route, and going up and over Dead Indian Pass would have been longer, and it was very costly, but they were determined.
Yeah, 27 years to complete, the cost of nearly $30 million. This road to nowhere looks beautiful. I mean, people probably just take it for the scenic drive now.
Well, not only that, I mean, it is a very scenic drive. It's also the staging ground for the Morrison Jeep Trail, which I don't think we've written about this, but that's been closed for several years after the big rock slides and landslides in 2022, the same ones that devastated Yellowstone. But the Shoshone National Forest has spent this summer clearing that route again, so hopefully it will be open again in the near future.
Oh, keep us updated on that, Andrew. Keep an eye on that. That would be worthy of the story. Very cool. Many of us, we all know about Old Faithful. Sometimes you might have, and I think I have, I'm pretty sure I have been to watch Old Faithful do her thing. And all the tourists went, wait a minute, there's another geyser. This one's bigger and better. But you just never know when it's going to go. It's not on a schedule.
Yep, Beehive is just its behavior. I mean, the Old Faithful gets all the attention because it's so faithful in its eruptions. Beehive is taller and it's safer to watch from a close distance, because if you're there, I mean, you can walk past it. You're within 50 feet of Beehive when it erupts. But because it erupts so high and the wind's blowing and everything like that, when the water falls back down, it's cool. So you're not going to get scalded by it. So it's super cool in that sense. But it only erupts once or twice a day. So it's I think it's a between 18 and 23 hour cycle of eruption. So if you're really lucky, you'll be able to catch an Old Faithful eruption and a Beehive eruption simultaneously. It's pretty rare, but it does happen.
And, you know, on that subject, I wasn't going to ask you about this, but I just saw it on the Facebooks, and I swear I might have saved it. Somebody went to look at one of the webcams of Old Faithful, and it was showing like the inside of a bully barn or a shop. It's like the camera was in for repair, but it was still working. Do you know what was happening with that?
Yeah, I think I saw that, and I think it might have just blown over.
Fell over.
Yeah, because they keep that on the roof of I believe the Old Faithful Visitor Center. So it's possible like a gust of wind caught it or something wasn't tightened enough and it just fell down to the nearest spot.
Yeah, I'll bet you're right. Might be worthy of a story if we find out something outrageous happened, but it probably just, blew over. One last Andrew Rossi story. This looks like it's becoming your thing now whenever we have a bison flipping or not. In this case, the headline, of course, reflects the previous bison incident with Grandpa. It's another grandpa, another bison, but no flipping this time.
No flips. It's actually really interesting because the bison either was unaware or didn't care about the fisherman or the angler, but the angler was entirely unaware. So they were just passing by each other, not really acknowledging each other's presence. But then the angler's wife honked the horn to get his attention. Then he realized, oh, there's a massive bull bison right by me. And they had heard about the incident with Carl McDaniel getting flipped over. So he kept himself cool and composed. He found some rocks to put between himself and the bison. That kept him safe. But in this case, fortunately, the bison wasn't acting aggressively. It was just going about its business. So it could have been much more serious. But the important thing to bring up, just as it was with Carl McDaniel's incident, the angler was doing nothing wrong. He had every right to be where he was, and the bison literally just seemed to sneak up on him. That sounds absurd, but it does happen. It's entirely possible.
Oh, yeah. I mean, certainly if you're concentrating on your fly fishing cast and bison, they don't make a ton of noise. It's not like they're growling in the woods. Yeah, they could sneak up on you. Situational awareness here was near zero for both buffalo and angler. Neither one knew the other one was there, and there was no flipping. I would take that as an insult, I think, if I'm the fisherman, that the bull bison didn't see me as enough of a threat to his girl chasing that he didn't even bother with me.
Well, that's the thing about Yellowstone animals. When you talk to a lot of biologists, is that they'll say that they are entirely aware of the people there. It's a question of what kind of mood they're in and whether they deem us as any kind of threat. So I think it's entirely possible that the male bison knew that angler was there, but just didn't see him as any kind of threat, or he was single-minded on getting to wherever he wanted to go.
Yeah.
So it's just because they seem like they're ignoring you, it doesn't mean that, well, they are ignoring you, but that doesn't mean they're not aware of you.
Yes.
Although I'll say this much, Jake, I worked at a zoo when I was going through college, and one of the quietest animals that can sneak up on you are elephants.
You wouldn't think. The bigger, the quieter. Breaks every rule. Yeah, a lot of it is tolerance and luck when it comes to wildlife. They see good, hear good, smell good, and they know what's going on. They just are choosing to let you
it's just a problem when they're good hearing and seeing and everything else means they're up to no good.
Ooh. Don't get flipped today. That's the story from Andrew Rossi. Thanks, Andrew.
Take care, Jake.
Time for news. Let's do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming man facing 72 felony child sex charges was a no-show for his plea hearing Tuesday in Douglas. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was in the courtroom and reports that John Smallbone didn't show up, and law enforcement officials are angered that he was set free.
What's interesting about this is, as soon as I got out of this hearing, I got an email from the Larimer County District Attorney's Office down in Fort Collins. The district attorney there also asked for a $250,000 bond to be held so they can get back to Wyoming. And as you see in my story, they have some pretty strong words for that.
Already a wanted man, Smallbone should have already been in police custody and available for Tuesday's arraignment, so says Converse County Deputy Attorney Nathan Shumway. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins is asking for the public's help in finding the shooter responsible for a 5-year-old getting struck in the head by a bullet. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that she was watching the July 4th's fireworks show at F.E. Warren Air Force Base when she was hit by the stray bullet.
As of Tuesday, nearly 4 weeks later, investigators are asking the public for help or any information that helps them find the shooter. The child survived and was life-flighted to Aurora, Colorado. Doctors performed surgery and were able to remove the bullet, and the child is now recovering at home.
Anyone with information about the shooting is asked to contact the Air Force Office of Special Investigations at 307-432-2114. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
There's an incredibly important election coming up in your state, and I'm asking all of you to get out and vote for Megan Degenfelder to be the next governor of Wyoming. She's a strong conservative and a true American First patriot. As governor, she will work tirelessly to champion Wyoming's values, protect our amazing farmers and ranchers, and safeguard Wyoming's public lands. She has my complete and total endorsement. Vote for Megan Degenfelder.
I'm Megan Degenfelder, a sixth-generation Wyomingite and a lifelong conservative fighter. As state superintendent, we banned boys from girls' sports, protected parental rights, and fought the radicals' agenda. As governor, I will unleash energy dominance, support law enforcement, and oppose any tax hikes. I'm proud that President Trump and Congresswoman Hageman have endorsed my campaign. They know I'll deliver for Wyoming. I'm Megan Degenfelder, and I humbly ask for your vote. Paid for by Megan for Governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In the more than 1,100 pages of Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary released over the weekend, he mentions Wyoming's low COVID vaccination rates as well as his conversations with Dick Cheney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports.
He spoke often with former Vice President Dick Cheney, a Wyomingite. He urged the vice president to get a booster shot when Dick Cheney's cardiologist wasn't sure because Cheney had had heart problems. He praised the former Representative Liz Cheney's courage in opposing Trump and expressed gratitude because she had stood up for Fauci. And he mentioned a phone call with Governor Mark Gordon where the governor was seeking advice because he wanted to reopen the state.
Fauci cast the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as incompetent repeatedly across multiple entries. He described an at times affectionate and at times icy relationship with President Trump. Severe mental illness in Wyoming's legal standards for criminal responsibility make charges impossible despite a violent assault that left a Rock Springs nurse with a broken nose as well as other injuries. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the Sweetwater County attorney says he's not happy about it, but the law cannot charge the patient under these circumstances.
He cannot bring charges because the patient does not meet the standard for mental capacity and intent.
Nurse Christian R., who asked Cowboy State Daily to withhold his last name, says the blow broke his nose and touched off a chase throughout the emergency department, where the patient repeatedly caught him and continued the attack by throwing more punches and kneeing him in the head and face. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Welcome back to the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Halfway through the morning, halfway through the week. And great to have you along with us. Claire McFarland will be joining. We'll have a nice, probably political chat with Claire. Let me check the Facebook's messages, see if anybody is yelling at us or asking us questions. Nope, not so far. So we must be doing pretty good. Claire McFarland stories we want to talk about. The story of the day, for me, one of the top stories. It's in the newsletter. I hope you subscribe to that. What a way to start your day. Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary. We just heard that became public. All 1,100 pages of it. Talk about some light reading. Claire skimmed it, found a few mentions of Wyoming in there. Dr. Fauci kept the diary during COVID. And in it, we learned that Fauci lamented Wyoming's low vax rate and blamed that on some outbreaks of COVID cases in Wyoming. Told you so, Dr. Fauci said. Get the shot. And he also had a chat conversation with former Vice President Dick Cheney. where he urged him to get vaccinated, and his admiration of Liz Cheney and Fauci's apparent fixation on media coverage, which fits right in with how I felt. To me, Dr. Fauci, during the pandemic, during the outbreak, Dr. Fauci seemed to really revel in the limelight. He enjoyed the spotlight. He just came off as a doctor. He's like, you know what? This doesn't usually happen to, what was he? The head of CDC, the attorney surgeon, something?
NIAID.
NIAID.
What does NIAID stand for? National. You're going to make me do a Google because I don't remember things.
Isn't he the surgeons that put the warning on cigarettes? Wasn't that his role? Or no,
he was not the Surgeon General.
Oh, all right.
He was.
See, we don't even know what he was. That's how
National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. So he got big during like his studies of AIDS.
Oh,
During the AIDS thing, he got national recognition.
I see.
And so there's an immunology question of national importance that he did get the call in January or late December when they were like, there's a weird virus in Wuhan.
Yeah. So Dr. Fauci sitting around going, man, it's never going to be like the great old days of AIDS again. I got nothing to do. And then here comes COVID. And he's like,
oh, no.
Yay. Oh, boy.
I mean, I've seen some news outlets be super hard on him for the paradox, right? Like, so he'll be like, met with CNN, did several deep background interviews with so-and-so for a book, death toll 300. And so, like, I mean, I sketched that paradox in one part of my story, and it is jarring to most of us. But also, I mean, I think people who work in severe environments a lot get a little bit like technical about death, as sad as that is. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. It didn't turn out to be Spanish influenza, that's for sure. Where is it going to rate? I don't know, but I think Dr. Fauci's got to appear before some kind of congressional committee hearing regarding what he knew about the origins and what he might have kept secret. How much of the 1,100-page diaries did you get into, Claire? That must have been riveting reading.
So I made it through like 400 pages, and deadline was creeping up. And so after that, I was doing keyword searches for things that I knew would interest Wyoming readers.
Yeah.
And honing on those entries, and doing more bouncing around and scanning. But diligent read, like diligent read 400 pages.
Wow. Good for you.
Yeah, it's quite but yeah, Senate hearing today. And I think what Senator Rand Paul is going to be focusing on, because these are old foes. Yep. Rand Paul was tough on Fauci when he was pushing the states to stay closed. And you have to question, like, he was like, you need to stay closed. This is smart. And a lot of the political cartoons in papers of the day cast him as the science and Trump as the buffoon, the political buffoon.
Yeah.
And so they were doing this dichotomy that Fauci in his diary at a few points threw up his hands. I don't know why they keep wanting to pit me against Trump. This might go badly for me.
Interesting.
Where was I going? But yeah, so you do know that in the diary, he's really reveling in the limelight. And what keeps him in the limelight is contradicting Trump on how long the states needed to stay closed.
Yes, that became a battleground issue. Some states, like we saw in South Dakota, kind of thumbed their nose. Some states fell right in line. Anything Fauci said was gospel. Some states kind of in the middle ground. Eventually, Governor Gordon brought Wyoming into some limited closures and whatnot. But still, you read in the diary that Fauci said in Wyoming, they're not getting vaccinated, and that's why they're getting sick.
That was his passing conjecture about Wyoming, yes. And he he spent some time writing about how the governors are seeking his advice, and that's because he's such a respected professional. And our governor made it into that list of governors who were calling like, hey, we want to reopen. What's it going to take?
Yeah. Yeah. And probably, drawing Dr. Fauci into discussions like, we are losing jobs by the minute. Our economy is tanking. How bad is this really, Dr. Fauci? I don't think any of us really knew, back in COVID. Well, we all didn't know what the heck are we getting into? How bad is this going to be? That question had to be on his email inbox every day.
Yep.
He did mention the Cheneys and gave advice to former vice president. And what did he have to say about Liz?
He praised her courage. So this was 2021. Some of these exchanges with Dick Cheney. There were exchanges with Dick Cheney noted in 2020 and 2021. And the 2021, by then Liz Cheney had picked up quite a bit of steam in her opposition to Trump, and so had Fauci. So he remarked to Dick Cheney her courage. Dick Cheney called Fauci for medical advice, according to the diary. He'd had some heart problems and was on immunosuppressant, and his doctor wasn't sure if he should have a booster shot and said, just call Fauci.
Yeah, it's pretty nice when you can make that phone call. But, as a vice president, you're afforded those kind of luxuries. So,
yeah. And Fauci told him absolutely to get the booster shot.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm fascinated. This story probably isn't over. A new peek into the diary, and Claire has just 700 pages to go before she finishes up. Maybe some light reading tonight.
I do actually want to finish it because it was fascinating.
Yeah.
The press is not, he loves the press. He has a love-hate with the press and kind of a he, how embarrassing the big deal they're making about me. But it is interesting as a reporter. They wanted so badly to pit him against Trump that any little thing he said that contradicted Trump, it was like they were almost casting good versus evil. And it's just like so many things, it's just a warning. Whoa, cover as the great Hunter Thompson would say, the important thing is to cover the story on its own terms.
Yeah, and media might have been guilty of concocting a storyline that was Trump versus Fauci and how that all played out.
And it drove them apart. And
yeah, well, we were all bored during the pandemic. We were told to stop working, stay home, and do nothing but journal. Just write down, diary. And Dr. Fauci did so. And now we're seeing what is in that journal. Interesting. I'm trying to follow the timeline here, in particular with the Moose torturers. Do we have to say alleged?
So he's pleaded guilty, but he hasn't yet been sentenced. So I don't know if it's I don't think you have to say alleged for this one since he's technically pleaded.
All right. Likely Moose torturers. There's 3 stooges in here. And yes, stooges, I think, might be the correct word for me.
That's alleged.
Oh, sorry. That's me.
I don't know. I don't like insulting the defendants.
I find the whole morning is filled with nothing but, and our listeners seem to appreciate it as well.
Do they?
Justin Martin, it's talk radio, Claire. You've heard talk radio.
Do you think the listeners pit us against each other? There's Claire to be boring. She's gonna.
No. No, she sees you as the voice of reason and me as the idiot. No, that's why we need you on Wednesdays. Justin Martin, the now former game warden. I'm trying to understand. He was the last of the 3 to finally, plea on this. We have video evidence. Thank you for providing all that. The defendants. But the timeline of how he loses his job, he pleads, he makes a plea deal. The governor comes out with a statement. I have to think there was communication between the governor and the dude firing Justin Martin. It feels like that in your story, but you don't say that.
Right. So let me break it down. Colby did the story on him pleading guilty.
Okay.
And she talked to the defense attorney and she did all of the things. And then there was a vibe in the newsroom from on high, like, look, if Steve True, director of Wyoming Livestock Board, isn't saying much, we're going to the governor. Like, we have to know things about whether this guy's going to be a brand inspector. So Colby messaged the governor's people for comments. So wait, back up. She talked to Steve True at 1:44, and True confirmed that Justin Martin was still a brand inspector at that time, 1:44 Monday. And then she pings the governor. Governor gets back, I think, a little after 4. This is irresponsible behavior. He's no longer a brand inspector. He's no longer with the state of Wyoming.
Yeah.
What? So I am writing the story about 5 p.m. because Jimmy said, this is political. You take it, Claire. I'm not trying to poach Colby's stories. This is how it shook out.
Yeah.
And so I call Steve True a little before 5, and he's like, yeah, I made the decision in that 2.5 hour span to terminate him. Okay. I said, did the governor influence that decision? Steve goes, nope. It's my decision. And, Wyoming public records law, there's a lot that we can probe and access out of the executive branch.
Yeah.
Not enough, in my opinion. There's things that I'd like to see on that list, but it is a murky area because personnel matters. Like internal personnel investigations and documents aren't considered public record generally, which you can see the reason. Like,
yeah,
if there's a big investigation in the workplace into whether someone did something unsavory and it doesn't come to pass, why should that? Like, it's not confirmed. Why should that see the light of day? Or if someone gets fired because they smell funny, should that be in the press? Right. You can see the reasoning, but it does bite us sometimes with high profile situations.
And I can see maybe here a reluctance to go too deep into, FOIA, the phone records. I mean, I'll connect the dots for everybody. The boss of Justin Martin, after he makes a plea deal of guilt in this Moose thing, the boss says, he still has his job. 2 hours later, after the governor says that SOB, that's not good behavior for a game warden, and then he's fired. I mean, come on.
All right, Truman Capote.
I don't need to see the phone call record. Something happened.
I wonder, and everyone, Jake, is speculating, but I also wonder did Steve True read the story? Because the story, because it's very common when somebody that is in a public position is accused of doing something, they won't get fired from that position until the guilty plea is there.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was Steve True, the governor's on the line, or he read it. I mean, he read the writing on the wall, or was read the riot act, or whatever. I mean, I think somehow that was the inevitable conclusion. Let's switch gears to the race for U.S. House. Recent developments. We got Chapman's out, had some things to say upon his exit. Kind of fun. It leaves perhaps a 2-horse race. At least that's how Steve Freese sees it, which that statement kind of discounts every other candidate in there. And there are 9 total now. It kind of makes this a money game in Steve's mind, and maybe it is. Chuck Gray, Steve Freese, and a host of others. What do you make of all this news? It's getting fun.
Well, that is what Bill Cuban said. Yeah, right. So Frank Chapman, who dropped out of the race last Thursday, said that it's Bo Whiteman who peels votes from Chuck Gray.
Yeah.
And then he didn't speak to anyone else being super in the lead besides Chuck Gray. But then we had Bill Cuban on yesterday who said, look, a lot of these aren't breaking through. A lot of these are stuck in generic Republican land, which to someone who covers it closely, it's like, I don't see them all as generic Republicans at all. But I could see, I guess, the voter that's not paying attention, maybe. Anyway, so Bill Cuban said, once a lot of people are stuck in generic Republican land, it does become a money game.
Yeah. And again, I'm pressing the wrong button. It might be hard to separate in a Wyoming primary of numerous Republican candidates. how do you differentiate yourself when you probably got an electorate that isn't ready to go as deep as Claire goes with politics? I mean, it becomes a name game, branding. I think Bill Cuban pointed out. At what point is your campaign branding, and when, if ever, do you go deep with the message and with the issues? I think it's
My husband is my proxy for the average Wyoming. Because I always think they know the backstory here. They know what happened here. They know who this person is. I don't need to expound, the clash or whatever. Oh, and my husband the other day goes, what's I don't remember the candidate. I don't remember if it was Kevin Christensen or Jillian Bela. What are they running for again? And I'm just no,
but isn't it nice? It's nice to have a spouse, someone in the house that you can go to. That's the average man on the street. That's your barometer, your check, because you're so far in.
Yes, exactly. And he lives with a reporter. So if he's a little fuzzy, the average voter is
Good point. Yes. That's a nice check and balance in the McFarland household.
It is.
Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're going to get Cowboy State Daily columnist on here. Fred Harrison joins us next, right after this. Quick. And I mean quick, so don't go anywhere. Break.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like the outdoors.
Yeah, it looks like a young grizzly recently separated from its mom, was out wandering around doing a thing.
Energy.
Cheyenne's become this data center magnet.
And the issues you care about.
Wyoming Highway Patrol is facing a significant trooper shortage with 36 unfilled trooper positions.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, we're with our next guest, Fred Harrison, frequent contributor to the Cowboy State Daily, columnist. We're going to talk about two of his latest columns, both concerning artificial intelligence, which, of course, ropes into the conversation data centers. Let's start with data centers. Fred, 3 people are looking at a data center right now. Person 1 says, I'm worried about how much water they use. They're very thirsty. And person 2 says they're also noisy and they use a lot of electricity. And person 3, the light bulb comes on and says, what do they do? Aha! Judge a thing not by its packaging, but what it does. And that's where we're going to start with this conversation.
Well, Jake, sounds like you started with my calling stupid is as stupid does.
Yes, sir.
And good work. I'm glad you started with that, because I'm number 3 of the people you mentioned, because of course we're worried about water. Of course we're worried about land. And of course we're worried about noise pollution, those kinds of things. But those are the minor things of AI, because the real question is it going to control our lives? And how much do they know about us? And how much do they use that data to manipulate us? So, for instance, right now the world is there are two poles to the AI world. The one pole is in Silicon Valley, where the brains of the operation is, where they decide the algorithms and they create the algorithms and they come up with the legal ways to get around legal protections, which we don't have much of in the area of AI. And the other end of it is the physical making of a computer, because right now the AI data centers are in Cheyenne, Wyoming. So there's 2 poles, Silicon Valley and Cheyenne, Wyoming. And Cheyenne, Wyoming is becoming the AI data center of the world. And if the United States is the leader of AI, which we claim we are, and which our government says we are, as opposed to the Chinese, for instance, then we have to say, where are we right now in this world? And right now, I look at the university. When I went to the University of Wyoming Law School, we were famous for water law. That's the big deal for Wyoming, water law. Well, right now, what we need to think about is we need to be the leaders in AI law. And if we need to be inventive, we need to be creative. We have to be, just as we invented prior appropriation for water law as the means, and all the water dry places in the world now use prior appropriation as the legal methodology they follow. We need to have a methodology for AI that protects our citizens. And when I addressed that in the article, Stupid Is as Stupid Does, I was talking about privacy as one thing that we need to be concerned about, because these data centers collect huge amounts of data about each of us. They know everything about us, and they can use that information to manipulate us. And you look at China right now, they're the competitor. Google went into China and they invented facial recognition so the citizenry could be controlled by the Chinese government. That's a real frightening thing. And it could happen in the United States, and it could happen, whether it's done by a private corporation or the government, makes really no difference. It can lead to the same evils.
Person 3, who is Fred Harrison, looking at data centers, asking the question, what do they do? Well, they learn everything about mankind in order to serve us better. Okay, are you going to take that explanation at face value? Wyoming, as you mentioned, has led the way numerous times in history. You went as far back as water and water rights with UW. Let's go even farther. Before we were a state, 1869, granting the women the right to vote, women's suffrage. So can't we get ahead of this in the same way? Build some guardrails on what AI should look like, because you lead, follow, or get run over.
I think that's right. And whatever we do is probably not going to be perfect, but we have to try.
Yeah.
If we don't try, mankind is over. I mean, Stephen Hawking in 2014 at Cambridge University made a statement that's in one of my columns that, either AI is either the best thing that ever happened to man or the worst thing that ever happened to man. And he was talking about a really frightening AI. When Stephen Hawking was talking about it, he was talking about an AI that would duplicate itself, that would recreate itself, would birth itself, and become a direct competitor with mankind and eliminate mankind. That is the danger on the one side. Now, the other side of that is, and this is one of the things we need to think about from a legal standpoint, is how much power should be concentrated in a single AI entity. For instance, Google. How much power should be concentrated in Google? Google already went to China and did the most immoral thing you could imagine. And they said, we're going to do facial recognition so that if you walk down the street in China, you're being tracked by the government. And that was a creation of Google. So, Google had a fight with China over that later on and they're no longer doing that. But at the time, they did it. And it's a frightening thing for us, too, because we talk about these cameras. We have a bill in the legislature right now that is being considered in committees, I guess, or one of the representatives, that we don't have license plate recognition. Well, license plate recognition is bad, but it could be so much worse. AI can go far beyond anything like AI. License plate recognition is a minor thing. Of course, they can time where you are, find where you are. That kind of information is in the hands of the government. Maybe we don't want that, but they can go far beyond that. They can make a model of your personality, and they can find the triggers that cause you to vote a certain way, cause you to buy a certain product, cause you to engage in a certain activity. Those things. I just went to an interesting seminar put on by Mark Lanier. Now, Mark Lanier was the lead attorney in the case against Facebook. And I spent 3 days in this seminar considering that case and other cases, but the Facebook case in particular, because that was about a young lady that had, from the age of 4 years, was indoctrinated by YouTube and by Facebook, by Instagram, and caused all kinds of psychological problems to this young lady as she has advanced. She's now, when you see her videos of her, she's just flat. She has no affect, and it's because of what these programs that were addictive, and the Mark Zuckerberg and others actually planned in a meeting to follow the tobacco model to addict young people to their products, because every click is money in their pocket. And that's how these operations operate. And they drove this poor young woman insane. And, it will never be the same because of what these programs did to her. We don't realize what the power of this product, and it's highly addictive. It's meant to be addictive, as Instagram is. This young woman, they trailed an exhibit at the trial that was 150 feet long of small photographs of her that she had taken of herself over the last 20 years. It takes this young lady 4 hours to put her makeup on in the morning because she's so concerned about how she looks because of what these programs have done to her. It's a frightening thing. We need to be prepared for it. We need to regulate this thing before it destroys us.
We'll talk about this major fork in the road we're at, where frontier meets future. Wyoming is there. Hopefully we're not too far down either one fork, and we can make a pivot, a decision. Fred Harrison talks about this fork in the road, and we talk about reasons to be concerned with artificial intelligence, the future, and where it may be headed. Sci-fi movies would have us believe that computers are going to consider man a cancer, and then all the cyborgs are going to kill us. We've seen that play out in Hollywood, but it may be a slower death where mankind just we kind of warned by Plato, C.S. Lewis, who contemplated a progressive utopia. We were promised we would have leisure time, the machines would do the work, and we wouldn't have to do anything but live in the clouds. That may create the fear is a societal breakdown that could lead to doomsday proportions. What does the future of that look like when we let AI and the machines do everything, and all we do is enjoy the leisure time we have at our hands?
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. You're talking talked about Plato. Of course, Plato lived in a time when there was slavery, and there was human slavery. They were slaves of other people they had captured. They weren't necessarily black; they were mostly white. Other Europeans that they had captured in the Mediterranean area that they used as slaves to give a leisure class. And Plato talks about two forms. He talks about this in two places, in the Republic and in the Laws that he wrote. And he actually wrote the laws for a community in Greece. Magnesia was the place that he wrote and he talks about what happens. But in the Republic, he talks about these young men that have unlimited wealth, unlimited leisure, and become useless what he calls drones. These are they're bees they're just drones. They're just around, and they're a drain on society. They don't really do anything, and they just have to be kept happy and placated. And there's two kinds of leisure. One is the virtuous leisure that Plato says you use the contemplation as he did. He had slaves. he was a member of the leisure class, and he used it virtuously to contemplate objective truth and to live a virtuous life, a stoic life. So Stoicism was, as Marcus Aurelius said, the religion of the ancient world, really, in reality, beyond the gods and all that stuff. They had Stoicism. And Plato was a Stoic. He believed that you had to control your appetites. You had to have the cardinal virtues, which starts out with prudence and temperance, and courage was important, and justice. Those are the cardinal virtues. He thought all those things had to exist, and that a person that led a virtuous life would be able to resist leisure. Now, right now, we have a society, and I talk about this in one of my articles, that it's actually, we have a lot of people that our educational system is producing profoundly ignorant people. I hate to say that, but it's true. They really do not have any knowledge of objective truth. And I say this, I went out to dinner with one of my granddaughters and her boyfriend, and the boyfriend says to me, my truth. In other words, as if truth is whatever you think it is at any time. And he was a product of our educational system. His father was a teacher and had a master's degree, and he's coming up with this nonsense about my truth. And it is nonsense. It's nonsensical because it has nothing to do with the Western tradition, and it's a dangerous concept because it leads to stupid things like you can do things like kill somebody, and I think of Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, where Raskolnikov, I think that's the guy's name. Anyway, he decides he can kill somebody with impunity because he is above everybody else and he doesn't need to follow objective truth. And the end result of that is catastrophic. As if you read Crime and Punishment, what great book, I recommend it.
Yeah.
At any rate, and it's one of Dostoevsky's shorter books, by the way. He's pretty long-winded. He's long-winded in that too. But anyway, it's a profoundly psychological. As Nietzsche said, Dostoevsky was one of the most profound psychologists in the history of the world. And I think that's true. It's one of the only good things that Nietzsche said, but be that as it may. But that's where Plato is now.
Yeah.
C.S. Lewis, he hits the nail right on the head in 1943 because he says we're destroying objective truth in our educational system. And it is the educational system that he's talking about. In other words, grammar, how you feel about something is the truth.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the truth. How you feel about something is not objective truth.
Fred Harrison's column that we're kind of drilling down on and bouncing around on is why classical wisdom is our only defense against the AI frontier. That's why it's so important what we're talking about, these cardinal virtues, this true north, the existence of a right and wrong. This classical wisdom is what we're going to need if it comes down to machines doing the thinking for us or us doing the thinking. And it could become an issue because, as you point out, I'll paraphrase. Once the horse is out of the barn and you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, we got to get on it now, Fred.
Okay. All right.
I love this paragraph, by the way. This is direct out of the column. When the machines take the jobs, an uneducated populace loses all purpose in life. They possess no inner moral architecture to sustain them when the alarm clock stops ringing. This is the great fear. Not necessarily the machines will shoot at us and kill us. It's the deterioration of society from within. It's already happening.
It is. It is already happening. And Elon Musk says that we're going to have a window of 4 to 5 years. I think that's too short. I think he's wrong. And Elon Musk thinks that this is going to be a paradise, but a paradise without morality can be hell. And I think that's where we're headed.
Fred Harrison, words to think over, columns to read. Go read them now. Fred Harrison, columnist for the Cowboy State Daily. Important stuff. Stay with it, Fred. We need to know this stuff. Have a great Wednesday.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to take one final break this hour and move to Jared Petrino next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is, my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Wednesday means Jared Petrino usually stops in. We talk a little bit of UW sports. Getting some messages on our studio line. Text message from Chuck Preston. He wanted to know how we knew that he was part of the collegiate championship baseball team West Stark Lions in 1972. Well, Chuck, there's nothing I don't know, especially if it concerns sports. And if I don't know it, I go to this guy, my other expert Jared Petrino. He knows a lot about sports too.
I don't know about that, but it's good to see you, Jake.
How come University of Wyoming doesn't have a baseball team?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I think back in, I think the last season was 1995, I believe, or 94. Can't remember. It's in that ballpark, but
we did have a baseball?
Yep, they dropped it in I want to say 95 was the last year. I actually worked with a gentleman who actually played Cowboy baseball right there at Cowboy Field right there. And I think obviously there was a lot of travel restraints. Having to be on the road for a majority of the season, and it just didn't work out. And so kind of a tough time around there. But yeah, I think they had to drop women's softball, so that hurt baseball. So yeah.
Yeah, and then it's Wyoming and Laramie. Although we do have sort of summer, and you could play baseball outside for a month of the year or two.
I do know one year, I can't tell you which year it was, but I do know there was a year, there's a bat in the trophy case down there that says that they led the NCAA in home runs one season. So coming at elevation, that probably helped a little bit too. So
not surprising. It's 72-20. You and I are big hitters. We could reach the fences. Football team, how's things shaping up? I still think we need some wide receivers. Is there any indication we got some talent outside the hash marks?
Yeah, I think it's going to just come down to, there's going to be nobody available right now. It's just finding what guys, hopefully some young guys can step up. Maybe there's going to someone that's going to surprise us during camp, but there's not going to be anybody that shows up that's on the market right now. Report dates next Tuesday. So, a week from today is their first practice. So, nothing's going to happen then, but hopefully we'll see what work they put in the off season, and let's see what, maybe some young guy steps up and is able to take the top off of some defenses.
Yeah, well, while we're in this lull in sports in Laramie and at university, let's talk about some things. I don't know, just random questions about sports. Let's talk about that receiver for a football team. What would you, as a coach, what do you value more? What do you think quarterbacks are looking for? Of the three talents I think of that a receiver brings that makes him special, that if I'm designing Madden 2027 and I'm ranking the wide receivers and I'm giving 99 scores to a guy who has the full package, that means route running. How predictable do you run a route for your quarterback? If the play calls for you to run a hook or something at 8 yards, do you do that? Do you adjust coverage? Maybe I'm not going to do what the play called because this guy's all over me. I'm going to run out a little. Like, route running is key. Speed. There's no substitute for flat out speed and what it does to defenses. And then hands. Receivers got to catch the ball. There's been plenty of track stars that put on a football helmet and they couldn't catch the football. What do you want to see? What's most important in those three things? And there's something I'm not thinking of.
Well, no, I think you hit on it. I think the biggest thing, in my opinion, the best receivers that I've been around or game planned against weren't necessarily always the guys that were the fastest. They were the guys that understood the game, understood coverages, understood leverage, like how to understand leverage on a DB to how to break his leverage and get open. It's not, the Cooper Kupps out there and those type of guys, they're not flying by anybody. They're just they're so smart and knowledgeable. They understand leverage and how to beat a DB with his mind, not just his athleticism. So I think that's a huge thing. And that goes with a lot of things. I think route running falls into that. You hit on speed. There's got to be an element of speed for sure. But it's those guys that usually get 10 to 12 catches. You always aren't the burners. They're the guys that just get open, right? They understand that leverage. And I think the biggest thing that doesn't get talked about enough is you mentioned hands, but I think describing hands, I think strong hands. Guys that can catch 50-50 balls. Those are the guys that, they always say a perfect throw and a perfect catch. Doesn't matter how good the defense is. If they have strong hands, and they're able to bring down the ball with them. That's just a characteristic that not only have good hands, but having strong hands to go snatch the football and get it back into your body.
Interesting. Yeah, strong hands for 50-50 balls and 90-mile-an-hour balls if a certain quarterback is throwing them at you. Because receivers, right, Jared, like back in OG days, my boomer days, I used to catch the ball. I never heard of any other way to catch the ball. You nestle it into your body. You catch it in, bring it in with your arms. That's like a big no-no. Receivers all talk. Get your hands out there. You got to catch it in your hands, right?
Yep, absolutely. You want to catch the ball away from your body because obviously you don't want to fight force with force. So your body's usually moving either back towards the football or moving away from the football. So it's just, if you don't want to fight force with force, so you want to be able to have your hands in to embrace it and snatch it in for sure.
When
there is a time for body catching, but it's not as prevalent as it used to be.
Yeah, you hardly ever see it. Once in a while, there might be a scenario where it's the way to go. When you talk about leverage, I'm understanding, and I'm thinking of tight ends who are especially good at this because they work in limited space. Leverage is kind of showing your numbers to your quarterback and showing the back end of your numbers to the guy covering you. It's where you are on the field and positioning.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think tight ends understand it too because there's an element of leverage in the blocking in the blocking game and the run game too, so they understand that part of it. And really, there's not much difference to it in the pass game, and route running is the only thing is the difference is the finish. You're actually looking to get open as opposed to creating a seam for the back to get through. So it is definitely I think it's a good point that you make. Is tight ends definitely do understand leverage, and they do understand it. They just have it in a closer space than DBs and receivers are in more open space. So, but yeah, it's a tight ends definitely understand leverage and understand it, and they can. It's just like anything you say. If you want to go block somebody or go tackle somebody, the technique is the exact same. It's just the finishing is different. So when you go tackle somebody, you want to tackle them, but you use the same process to get there to tackle them. Whereas when you block somebody, instead of tackling them, you just get your feet and your body right to block them. The preface to the finishing point is very similar to blocking and tackling. Same with leverage and route running.
Yeah. You just want to arrive to the collision with bad intent and some game play, some end plan. All right, let's change positions and talk about today's running back and the things that make running backs useful. And obviously, for those of you like starting at zero for football, the running back's the guy who's taking that handoff. That's your rushing game. But so many other roles, the running back, what keeps a running back on the field is going to be that running back's ability to also be a receiver and catch the ball. And more importantly today is to stay in the backfield and pick up blitzes, understand blocking assignments. My goodness, I see so many guys that are on the sidelines on a 3rd and long because they can't pass block and they don't understand when they might be able to leak out of the backfield in the passing game. Running backs got to have a lot of tools and a lot of smarts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to be a 3-down back. That's like your goal is when you're a running back is being a 3-down guy. Because if you're in the game and and you can't pass protect, like you said, well, the defense has a pretty good alert that they're probably not a pass. Whether it's 1st down or 2nd down, it takes away all that guessing for the defense, which you want to keep that guesswork in for them and keep them honest. But you definitely have to have those types of things. As far as running the ball, you have to have trust. I mean, the best backs I ever been around have done or faced against had a great balance of hitting the hole, but also they also had patience as well. It was a fine mixture. You can't always be patient. Sometimes you got to just hit it and put your foot in the ground and understand the situation. Some backs I know, but they would create their own seams. They saw the O-lineman kind of had leverage, but they would just go hit it right up underneath their armpit, and they would break through and then sometimes the linebackers can't even see them when you do that, and it ends up being an explosive run. But yeah, being able to catch the ball in the backfield, being able to pass protect, understand protection, being on the same page as the center, and know where the slide is and who am I responsible for, and those type of things. That's definitely those are huge characteristics the back has to have in college football these days. And then the best backs that you talk about have great balance. I mean, that one hit doesn't do anything to them. They ricochet. They keep their balance. They can put their hand on the ground and stay up. I mean, the Barry Sanders of the world. And I think Tote has that. Tote is he's going to fight for every yard, and he does a great job of keeping his balance. And I think I'm excited to see what he can do this year after getting a taste of what he could do last year.
I have a phone call that I almost have to answer. Can you call me back in like 2 minutes? It's my truck is in the shop, and I've been trying to get a hold of these guys for 2 days. Okay, one last thing, Jared. That's interesting about running backs, because I see the same thing. You got your north-south backs that are cherished for their ability to hit holes and quit dancing around. But that dancing around is also feeling where the hole is, where the seam is. And then you got guys who create holes. They used to be called fullbacks. But it is a delicate balance, hitting holes and using your blocking. Finding your way through.
Yep, absolutely. And I think the backs that can be versatile on all three of those phases are the ones that will be more explosive. And, you used to see as you prepared for a defense that certain backs had certain runs that they ran. So if they were a power back, they ran these plays. If they were a speed or a scat back, they ran these plays. So it kind of helps you out as a defense when you're pigeonholed like that. So you definitely want to try to avoid being. You want to get all three phases. You want to be a guy that can hit it and get the tough 4 yards, the tough four. You want a guy that can be explosive and break away and make an explosive run. And then a lot of those perimeter runs, sometimes it requires a little bit of patience and being able to, and then see it and then put your foot in the ground and go. So, a running back, I think, has got all those things, the burst, the when to hit a hole, when to feel a hole. It also has first contacts, never going to bring him down. That Cook on my Buffalo Bills, I think he's just great at all those things. Speaking of the Bills, what do you think of that, the alternative uniform? People are hating on that gray uniform. Have you seen it? Yeah. I want to see it in person. I don't mind it either. I think when they see it in person, I think it'll be better. They're just putting out just a graphic of it is probably not doing it justice. But I don't mind it at all.
I don't mind it. I mean, the helmet does kind of look like a Pepsi can. I don't like the helmet. I like when they do the regular bison, like the buffalo, the old,
Yeah.
But I sort of like the color.
For sure.
All right, Jared. Have a great Wednesday, man. I'm going to call the shop back, see if I can get my truck fixed. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Jared joining us, and he knows everything about sport. Everything that I don't know, Jared will figure out. Let's get to news. We got 1 hour left. Reed Reisner coming up next. Don't miss that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Wyoming man facing 72 felony child sex charges was a no-show for his plea hearing Tuesday in Douglas. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson was in the courtroom and reports that John Smallbone didn't show up, and law enforcement officials are angered that he was set free.
What's interesting about this is, as soon as I got out of this hearing, I got an email from the Larimer County District Attorney's Office down in Fort Collins. The district attorney there also asked for a $250,000 bond to be held so they can get back to Wyoming. And as you see in my story, they had some pretty strong words for that.
Already a wanted man, Smallbone should have already been in police custody and available for Tuesday's arraignment, so says Converse County Deputy Attorney Nathan Shumway. Cheyenne Mayor Patrick Collins is asking for the public's help in finding the shooter responsible for a 5-year-old getting struck in the head by a bullet. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports that she was watching the July 4th's fireworks show at F.E. Warren Air Force Base when she was hit by the stray bullet.
As of Tuesday, nearly 4 weeks later, investigators are asking the public for help or any information that helps them find the shooter. The child survived and was life-flighted to Aurora, Colorado. Doctors performed surgery and were able to remove the bullet, and the child is now recovering at home.
Anyone with information about the shooting is asked to contact the Air Force Office of Special Investigations at 307-432-2114. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
My name is Tom Kelly, and I'm running for the Republican nomination for Superintendent of Public Instruction. An important duty of the superintendent to make decisions on the State Land and Investment Board. Wyoming has serious challenges and big choices to make around energy and economic development. As a member of the board, if I know something, you'll know something. With full transparency, Wyoming can take advantage of the economic opportunities without letting mega corporations take advantage of us. I'm Tom Kelly, and I approve this message.
Paid for by the committee to elect Tom Kelly.
There's an incredibly important election coming up in your state, and I'm asking all of you to get out and vote for Megan Degenfelder to be the next governor of Wyoming. She's a strong conservative and a true American First patriot. As governor, she will work tirelessly to champion Wyoming's values, protect our amazing farmers and ranchers, and safeguard Wyoming's public lands. She has my complete and total endorsement. Vote for Megan Degenfelder.
I'm Megan Degenfelder, a sixth-generation Wyomingite and a lifelong conservative fighter. As state superintendent, we banned boys from girls' sports, protected parental rights, and fought the radicals' agenda. As governor, I will unleash energy dominance, support law enforcement, and oppose any tax hikes. I'm proud that President Trump and Congresswoman Hageman have endorsed my campaign. They know I'll deliver for Wyoming. I'm Megan Degenfelder, and I humbly ask for your vote. Paid for by Megan for Governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In the more than 1,100 pages of Dr. Anthony Fauci's diary released over the weekend, he mentions Wyoming's low COVID vaccination rates as well as his conversations with Dick Cheney. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports.
He spoke often with former Vice President Dick Cheney, a Wyomingite. He urged the vice president to get a booster shot when Dick Cheney's cardiologist wasn't sure because Cheney had had heart problems. He praised the former Representative Liz Cheney's courage in opposing Trump and expressed gratitude because she had stood up for Fauci. And he mentioned a phone call with Governor Mark Gordon where the governor was seeking advice because he wanted to reopen the state.
Fauci cast the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as incompetent repeatedly across multiple entries. He described an at times affectionate and at times icy relationship with President Trump. Severe mental illness in Wyoming's legal standards for criminal responsibility make charges impossible despite a violent assault that left a Rock Springs nurse with a broken nose as well as other injuries. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the Sweetwater County attorney says he's not happy about it, but the law cannot charge the patient under these circumstances.
He cannot bring charges because the patient does not meet the standard for mental capacity and intent.
Nurse Christian R., who asked Cowboy State Daily to withhold his last name, says the blow broke his nose and touched off a chase throughout the emergency department where the patient repeatedly caught him and continued the attack by throwing more punches and kneeing him in the head and face. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and the guy in your video picture there, if you're joining us video-wise. On radio, you'll take my word for it, it's Reed Reisner, and he's a lot has changed, Reed, since we last talked to you. One less in the race as Frank Chapman is bowed out, and that leaves just 9. I say just 9, that's still a lot. Reed Reisner running for U.S. House positions himself as a true son of Wyoming and one of the fourth generation proud Wyomingite. I guess, Reed, let's start with some things we heard from outgoing Frank Chapman. He said concerning some folks still in the race, including Reed, nobody knows what Reed does. You have explained to us what you did. 13-year-old, you were sweeping glass off the floor, and you parlayed that into, graduated from Natrona County High School, University of Wyoming. Yeah, let's start with that question. What it is that Reed does, and is it important to know from our candidates for U.S. House that they have a day job or what it is that they do?
I'm the only candidate who owns a business. I sign both sides of the check. I've employed over 200 people right here in the state of Wyoming. And a lot of people talk about their track record. And I'll tell you, Cheyenne and Washington, D.C. have a lot of politicians with a track record that have gotten us into the mess we're in today. It's time we elect leaders who have a business track record of owning businesses, operating businesses, signing both sides of the check, employing people in Wyoming and making sure they have a livable wage, that they can afford a house, raise a family, carry on our legacy and our heritage. Everyone here knows I own Omnivest Financial. It's a registered investment advisor here in Wyoming and several other states. We manage just under $1 billion in assets. Everyone knows what I do. I have no idea why we're talking about this. Everyone in Wyoming knows who I am. It's very clear and knows what I do.
Let's talk about people knowing who you are. Certainly, name recognition is going to be important. We've talked to a few people trying to handicap this race for U.S. House, what it is that's important. We'll dig deep on the issues. I want to understand what you bring as far as the issues, whether that's building infrastructure in Wyoming or lowering tax burden, whatever. But just plain old name recognition and branding. How important is that, in the race? I think a lot of voters are aware of the name Chuck Gray. A lot of voters are aware of the name Reed Reisner, and maybe not a lot past that. How important is branding and people knowing who you are?
Oh, it's very important. So everyone knows who China Chuck is because I've spent an astronomical amount of money to make sure they know.
Yeah.
And everyone knows exactly who Reed Reisner is, that I own Omnivest Financial. I'm a businessman right here in the state of Wyoming, and I branded myself as the business outsider. I'm no Steve Freeze from Jackson Hole, who's received $400,000 in mega donors and billionaire contributions, building up a Liz Cheney type dynasty for himself. I'm the true Wyomingite, born and raised in Wyoming, self-made, determined, and I can have an opportunity to give something back to this state, and that's exactly what I'm doing in a very big way. Our polling is very strong. We're very confident leading into the final 20 days. I believe there's 20 days here left. And we're doing some really great things for Wyoming. So our branding is top notch. You've seen our billboards all over the state. I know you've seen me across social media. I know you've seen our commercials all across YouTube and broadcast and cable TV. You've heard our radio ads. It's very important. Our name is out there. Everyone knows who I am. Everyone knows exactly who China Chuck is, and we're going to keep going forward.
The name is out there. The message is out there, and money helps. Let's talk about money. You said there's been spending, certainly from Chuck Gray's side, from Steve Free's side. Both those candidates probably have spent the last check-in we had well over $1 million. For you, last we knew, July 1st, nearly $2 million. Give us an idea how costly it is to run this race for you. What are you up to now?
Oh, well, it definitely costs money. So we're over the $2 million mark. Listen, the money that I have spent on my race is my money. China Chuck has been funded by Daddy Warbucks out there in Hollywood, where Chuck Gray was born, and who Jan Gray has slid into my DMs. Very embarrassing for him. Steve Freeze is funded by his trust fund and fosters trust. That's exactly where his money is coming from. My money I've earned, I've made, I've made it right here in Wyoming, employing the people of this state, and I'm giving it back to Wyoming right now in a very big way. So it is costly, and it's very unfortunate that it costs that much money to run for office, but that's the reality we live in until we get strong campaign finance reform in this country. And we're going to keep moving forward. We're in a good position, but it's very important to know that I have received over 17,000 individual contributions of $25 or less here in Wyoming and across the country. I have a true grassroots movement happening. We've raised over $400,000 of money off of those $25 contributions, over 17,000. I don't know the exact number today, but we hit the $17,000 mark last week. It's so important to know that the $400,000 or $500,000 that I've raised didn't come from mega donors and billionaire class. It came from hardworking individuals who go to work on their 9 to 5, who have a second hobby job or some other thing that they're making money on, and they decided, Reed, your campaign is working and we're going to give you $25. We want you to represent us. And that's exactly what's happening. China Chuck can't say that. Steve Freeze can't say that. No one else can say that. I'm the only one who has earned over 17,000 individual contributions from small donors of $25 or less. And that's huge news for someone in Wyoming.
Yeah, we're talking to Reed Reisner. You're right. That is important to note. I don't know any other candidate that can say that. 17,000 individual small donorships. That speaks volumes. Let's talk about the ad campaign, Reed. We had Bill Cuban on. We were talking about some of the ads, and he was a little flustered as to what exactly is the message out of the Reisner campaign. We've seen attack ads. Honestly, they're pretty aggressive, and they've really just kind of helped bolster this view that Reed Reisner might deal with adversity in a hostile manner. We think about the lawsuits, what we know of you, and the ads have been, they pull no punches, Reed.
Yeah, you're not going to sit there and call me what these people have called me for years now, and they've accused me of everything that they're guilty of. I will fight to restore my name and my reputation. I will fight for Wyoming, and I will fight for the people of Wyoming. I'm not weak. And as far as the ads on Facebook, if you're unable to see them, and I hope you all see them, I talk about keeping public lands in public hands. I talk about returning the BLM and building it right here in Wyoming. That will employ 500 people in the state of Wyoming, oversee 13,000 national jobs, and create thousands of construction jobs right here in Wyoming. I will return over $1 billion annually back to Wyoming with the Reisner Better Land Management Policy that just raises the mineral royalty split from those BLM lands. There are so many great things that we're talking about in our campaign. We have a whole healthcare reform in our campaign that we're talking about, how to reform healthcare so that it works for rural Wyoming. We have talked about constitutional carry. We've talked about eliminating property taxes for veterans and seniors. And how do you do that? Right now we have police officers right here in Casper, Wyoming. I got a call from a group of police officers who are no longer going to have their health insurance funded by the city of Casper. That shouldn't be happening because we're cutting funding from property taxes. We have to cover the deficit. I've given a solution of exactly how to do that. So anyone upset that they don't like a Facebook video just needs to scroll and look at another Facebook video, because 90% of the Facebook videos I post are policy positions. On my website, you can go to updates and you can see all of the policy positions. They just have to, for a political consultant, Bill Cuban should know better than to not do this. So I welcome a call from Bill Cuban to discuss this. Look at the facts and stop trying to slander the name. But I'll tell you what, the Wyoming Freedom Caucus and their allies have defamed me in a very, very poor way for years now, since 2023. They've accused me of everything that some of them are actually guilty of. And I will not stand for that, just like I would not stand for it if someone did something terrible to Wyoming. I will fight for Wyoming, and we're going to continue fighting in this campaign.
Reed, you mentioned the Freedom Caucus, and certainly it feels like a race that would be the Freedom Caucus vis-a-vis Chuck Gray versus the non-freedom. What would you call yourself? Give me a chance to, let's put a name on you. Or are we even going to do that? Are we even going to say who's who. Are you Big Tent Republican? Are you anti-Freedom Caucus? Or are you just Reed Reisner?
I'm Reed Reisner. Listen, one of my great friends was Craig Thomas. He was a true leader in the Senate. And I knew him for a long time growing up. I am a Reagan Republican. I am a conservative fighter. I love President Trump. I'm MAGA all the way. I love to make America great again, and I want to make Wyoming great again. I will never stand with the Wyoming Freedom Caucus as it stands today. We are not going to defund our business council. We're not going to defund our police, our fire, and our local services. We are not going to defund the University of Wyoming, where I graduated from. That place is special to me, and I am alumni. We are not going to defund the state over these shiny social issues that cause division at the kitchen table and break families up. We're not going to do this anymore, and we're going to fight like hell to make sure that the Wyoming Freedom Caucus is stopped, and I will fight for years to come to make sure it's stopped. And I think this election, they're going to have a very, very rough time ahead of them. The numbers are big already. So when we look at what's happening with early voting, I think it's twice the early voting. The projections are massive for Wyoming, and that's a big problem for the Freedom Caucus, folks. So we're going to fight against them. We're going to bring sanity back to this state. We're going to bring good business back to this state. We're going to bring good, honest Republicans back to this state, something Chuck Gray can't stand on. He voted for data centers tax breaks in 2021. He gave data centers and AI companies tax breaks in 2021. That was his vote. Now he says he's against data centers. Well, in 2021, he ushered them in. Now he's against them all of a sudden. He's against wind turbines, even though on 3 separate occasions, maybe more, he gave up over 6,000 acres of land in Wyoming for wind turbine farms on 60-year leases. Jake, you and I will be dead before those leases are end. Those leases will outlast all of us, and our kids will have to take care of what China Chuck has done. He voted, and his Freedom Caucus voted at his discretion to allow underage marriage in Wyoming back in 2023, and it was House Bill 7. You can go look it up. These people have a real problem on their hands, and I hope the media starts reporting on it, because I'm going to continue to be loud about it and attack them on it while talking about serious issues like returning $1 billion to Wyoming, keeping public lands in public hands, expanding our coal, our oil, our gas, our electrical grid here in Wyoming, making sure our ranchers and farmers have access to those BLM lands for grazing, making sure that their hay prices are coming down. And we have a way to raise our herd numbers. Our herd numbers right now in ranches are to 1950s levels. And our tourism industry is only at the peak of the iceberg. I mean, there's so much more we can do. I mean, that is a huge industry that we need to expand. And on top of that, I want to bring President Donald Trump's sovereign wealth fund that he's creating right here to Wyoming and make sure Wyoming creates a fourth legacy industry using that sovereign wealth fund in finance and technology. And I want to make sure that's established in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where a huge concentration of wealth is already formed, and make sure that those managers and those money managers bring those jobs to Wyoming so we can keep our kids and our heritage and our legacy here in Wyoming alive and striving for generations to come with high-paying jobs, so you can afford a house, so you can raise a family, and so you can choose the school you want to go to for your kids, whether that's a public, a private, or a charter school. You make those decisions, and I really am fighting for Wyoming, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Casper, born and raised, Reed Reisner is with us in the fight for U.S. Congress. Reed, will you speculate with me a little bit on what the departure of Chapman means? Chapman out. I mean, I think a lot of us before Steve Freeze threw in thought, hey, this is a 2-horse race. This is Reisner against Gray. Is it still that? What does Steve's addition to the race mean? And what is Chapman's departure? And what of, let's not forget Beitman and Balo. What does this race look like for you? And would you ever sponsor or pay for a poll to understand where we are?
Yeah, I sponsor and pay for polls all the time. So listen, Frank Chapman is a nice guy, and he called me last week before he left to let me know what he's doing. I respect him. He ran a good campaign, and I wish him the luck in the future. Steve Freeze got one thing right at the PBS event with Wyoming League of Voters, Women Voters. This is a 2-man race. The only thing Steve got wrong is it's a race between me and Chuck Gray. Steve has some serious issues. He's a Jackson Hole elite. He's branded with Liz Cheney. There are rumors going around that he is actually the godfather of Liz Cheney's children. And I'll tell you what, that family is tied to the hip to the Cheneys. right out of Jackson Hole. And Wyoming has done it once, and we're not going to do it again. He's got big problems in Wyoming. He's an elitist from Jackson Hole, tied to the Cheneys at the hip. He grew up on the East Coast with them, for gosh sakes. And then they came back to Wyoming to raise their families. Where all of us spend our Christmases in small town Wyoming, they spend it at Teton Village, opening up gifts from FAO Schwartz. Steve Freeze has big problems, and he can't overcome them, and everyone knows it. This is a race between China Chuck and Reed Reisner. China Chuck drove his red Ford Mustang 10 years ago to Wyoming from Colorado. He was a radio host for $25,000 a year. He got elected to the state house, and now he's Secretary of State somehow. Somehow he put $1 million into his race. We have no idea where the money came from. I could add up every paycheck that guy's ever had, and it doesn't even equal $500,000 hardly. He's got big problems from the FEC coming. He lies about what he did and where he stands today. His record doesn't add up. Born on the left coast, that's California, we call it the left coast. Educated on the East Coast at some Ivy League tower. He brought those nasty philosophies to Wyoming, and on August 18th, we're going to end the reign of Chuck Gray for good in the Wyoming, and we're going to have a Wyomingite, fourth generation, representing us in Congress. It's going to be great. We're going to carry on the torch that Representative Hageman has lit for us and continue fighting with President Trump to make sure that your American dream is saved. Because this is so important, especially for Wyoming. When we look at our median income, we are 10% below the national average. We have to do something in Wyoming big. We have to bring in good business, and we have to elect leaders willing to do it. And those leaders aren't currently politicians. Those are real businessmen and women across the state who have Wyoming's best interests at heart.
Reed, let's talk about the issues important to you. And I'll just mention, too, that I think are top of the list and what you might be able to do. I think we can all get behind this. Lowering and eliminating burdensome taxes and from airports, roads, and sewer. We got to rebuild Wyoming into a world-class infrastructure. I like both those things.
Yeah. So listen, I am all for eliminating the IRS and installing a flat tax. And if we look at what that does, it balances the budget in the first year and it pays down the deficit in 10 to 12 years. It just depends on what the number is, if it's under 40 trillion or over 40 trillion when I get there. But it's tax-free for anyone under $104,000 a year. So anyone making less than $104,000 pays no taxes. Anyone over $104,000 a year pays a 10% flat tax, whether you're an individual or a corporation. Balances a budget immediately in that first year, and it will pay down the deficit over 10 to 12 years. So I'm all for reducing taxes for our lower and middle class families so they can afford great homes right here in Wyoming, raise their families, and continue on our heritage and legacy. So Wyoming isn't lost in the future, because right now we have a huge attrition problem of our young people leaving while our cities and towns grow older and older. We need to bring life back into Wyoming through great business industry and deregulating. As these regulations grow, our freedoms die and our paychecks shrink. So you're right, we need to deregulate and we need to reduce taxes. I'm all for it. And that's what we need to do. As far as infrastructure is concerned, the Reisner Better Land Management Policy will bring over $1 billion back to Wyoming to fund our critical infrastructure, including police and fire and emergency services. I want to have mandatory pass-throughs of that money to all 23 counties. So the money lands in the state coffers, $1 billion, 23 counties, then divided up equally so that they can spend that money to repair their roads, their bridges, their sewer, their water, fund their police and their fire and their emergency services. When we look at Uinta County on I-80, they can't even have, I-80, they can't even have heavy loads coming across those bridges because they're not rated any longer for those. So they're diverting the traffic back through town, which is straining local infrastructure, and they're having to rebuild that on taxpayer costs. So then we're seeing 0.25% or 1% extra penny tax raises. Fremont County, they're having the same issues with their emergency services where they're having to vote for additional taxes to fund those, or they won't have an ambulance service. When we look at Natrona County, we have some road issues and infrastructure problems right here in Natrona County or even in Laramie County. These things need to be taken care of. And $1 billion a year divided by the 23 counties, we'll be able to fund those projects while still maintaining our police, our fire, and our emergency services. And you know what? There's going to be enough left for schools. I guarantee it. There's plenty of money there. Someone has to go to Washington to do it. And returning those mineral rights back to Wyoming is how we do it, while keeping public lands in public hands. So if you want critical infrastructure, you want good business, and you're sick of the BS, then you vote for Reed Reisner on August 18th. And early voting is happening right now. So get out
now.
and you can vote. So, I mean, it's twice the voting of 2024. So people are out in droves right now getting out there. We're confident. The debates are next week, and I look forward to that. That'll be on Tuesday.
Find out more, Reisner for WY.com. Reisner, it's RASNER, ReisnerforWhy.com. Find out more about him. Be one of the over 17,000. It's plunked down your donation, $25 at a time, however you get it done. Reed, we got to have you on again before we get to August 18th. It's an exciting race and an important one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to go to the Wyoming State Fair next.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, you know, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
All right, Courtney, we finally get to you. We're running a little late. We had a congressional candidate on before you. You know, politicians.
Hey, it's that time of year.
I know it. Courtney Hines is with us. It took me 3 tries to type your name into my telegrapher thing here because of autocorrect. Yeah, I think I got it right. Courtney is spelled without the customary E, I guess you'd say. Hey, I see that the GM of the Wyoming State Fair, that's you, you were hanging out at the Daddy of them all. What was going on in Cheyenne Frontier Day? I mean, what was it, right?
Yeah.
The husband was there doing his thing, and probably a lot to learn, to watch how, you know, you put on rodeos and fair kind of stuff.
Definitely. I mean, it's pretty special. So my husband works as Cheyenne Frontier Day's chief of strategic operations.
Yeah.
And so we get to be a amazing fair and rodeo here at the state fair. And then, of course, he gets to help represent the daddy of them all at CFD. So it's kind of makes for pretty fun dinner table conversations in our family.
Yeah, well, that's neat. So, I mean, the planning stage for the Wyoming State Fair has got to be done. I mean, we're getting there. August 11th. My goodness, that's like less than 2 weeks away.
Yes, we are officially in the final stretch. So I would say probably about 3 to 5 months out from State Fair. The cake is baked, the frosting's ready, and then we are just kind of in decorating mode. And making sure that everything comes together with an event of this size and scope and so many stakeholders. There's always little things that come up, but that's part of what makes it exciting and fun, because no two are quite alike. Every state fair is a little bit different, even though we've been a running tradition for 121 years.
Give me an idea of the size and scope. What are the usual numbers? Attendees or
So we usually see between 70 and 90,000 attendees, and a lot of that depends on our weather here in Douglas.
Yeah.
But we also see thousands of participants, whether those are our vendors that are coming out and they're our business partners, those are our rodeo contestants, those are our exhibitors, both in the livestock barns and in our static exhibit halls. So behind the scenes, it really takes a village. There's people from every single county that are involved in the production of the state fair. And I don't know, something really special about that to me is that you've always got kids that are going to graduate, that this will be their last time showing. You've always got kids that this will be their first time showing. You'll have turnover before next season in different roles when we've got partners with 4-H and FFA. So I really try to take the time to make sure that we're savoring and celebrating every single state fair, because no two are going to ever be alike.
But a lot of folks are going to be there August 11th through 15th next month, up to 90,000. Courtney, how many rabbits and pigs does that equate to?
Oh my gosh. I know last year our total exhibits, we had over 5,000 total exhibits. And so, I mean,
Wow.
You've got a lot of, and it's so cool, right? Because it's either these animals that these kids have raised, and that we've got open shows too, where adults can participate. And then we've also got all of the crafted arts elements, the visual arts, culinary arts. And so whatever your passion is, there's something that you can enter in the state fair and be able to showcase. And that's so much of the history of fairs in our country, is that they were really about celebrating your community, celebrating your state, agriculture, and what you're creating.
Yeah, Courtney's, I can't believe I don't know this. Shame on me. I was a Teton County Fair Board member, so I know how county fairs work. But how for the state fair, regarding the 4-H program and livestock, if we're bringing a steer, a pig, whatever, we're showing at the state fair, what does that mean? Were we the best at our county fair? We're bringing that same animal, or how does that work? A different animal?
That's a great question. So we work with 4-H and FFA for all of our livestock shows that are youth livestock shows. And our rule is that you had to have competed in your most recent county fair. Does not necessarily have to be that animal that you showed at your county fair this season, but you do have to make sure that you're participating in your county fair. That's really, really important to us as the state fair. This is all an ecosystem, and the lessons you learn at county fair, those roll up to state fair and vice versa. However, we do have some competitions that you do have to qualify into. One of those is our Champion of Champions, and that's where we invite the beef, sheep, goat, and swine champions from their county fairs to come and face off head to head in county order here on Tuesday the 11th as part of our night programming. And it's a really cool show because you get to celebrate every county. And then you also get to showcase these kids that everybody's coming into that show ring already a champion representing their community.
That's fun. I like that. So we're getting good representation from all 23 counties at the state fair, I would think.
Yeah, we have had representation from all 23 counties in our exhibits program every year that I've been here. It changes a little bit where you've got certain communities that might be more sheep heavy, more cattle heavy. And so you don't always see full representation in every species, but you see them being a reflection of their communities. And that's such an important part of Wyoming's story and the story of agriculture.
Courtney Hines is with us, Wyoming State Fair GM for now the 6th season. Am I up to date?
Oh my gosh, it's going by faster than I can count. We're actually on my 8th fair here.
Oh, man.
My 7th that I've produced. And
Yeah.
I every day is a fresh adventure, and it makes it really fun to get to work with everybody.
Courtney, is it too late for me to volunteer to be the taste tester for apple pies at the
Hey, absolutely not. We actually have something new this year called the Cowboy State Cake Showdown. We're on Saturday of the state fair. We're going to do essentially a bake-off and a decorating off. And there's going to be a taste testing portion of this.
Yes.
So if you're here on Saturday, August 15th, you are welcome to come, and anybody listening is welcome to come. And they have the ability to vote for the Golden Fork Award.
There's nobody more cake aware than me. I will do it until I am stomach ache sickened. I will taste cake. I also don't want to miss the ranch rodeo. Give me an idea. What kind of entertainment's going on throughout the state fair?
Oh, absolutely. You know, we've got another world-class lineup. We start the week with the Ranch Rodeo Finals. That's always a super fun one. We get to see cowboys and cowgirls from ranches across the state get to come together and compete head-to-head. And then we're doing something a little bit new this year. On Wednesday, we're doing our breakaway roping as a night show that has completely free to get in. So once you're on the fairgrounds, instead of it being a paid night show, you can come and watch breakaway. And that's one of the fastest growing sports in rodeo. And I think that it's really special to be able to showcase that here. And then we have 2 nights of PRCA rodeo. We're one of the oldest PRCA rodeos in the country. And we're going to change things up, shake things up a little bit this season, where our Thursday night is going to be our legacy night. And we're going to be really focused on that history of rodeo, the history of rodeo in Converse County, the state of Wyoming as our state sport, and then some of the things that have shaped the Wyoming State Fair over the last 121 years. Then on Friday night, it's our Future Friday, where that second night of PRCA is going to be all about the future. We're going to be celebrating our youth, our new partners with the State Fair Foundation, and then also looking ahead to some of the projects that are going to be taking place at the state fairgrounds in the next few years too.
Interesting. PRCA rodeo 2 nights, August 13th to celebrate the history, August 14th to look into the future. You mentioned the breakaway rope and putting aside a whole night for that. And that is a huge growing event in rodeo to the tune where you will have no problem filling 90 minutes, 2 hours of breakaway ropers. There's so many girls enter this, and they're getting so good so fast. I mean, it'd probably be, 2 seconds might be long on this to win, but we'll see.
Well, and especially with our arena setup, it's a pretty fun one for breakaway roping. And we also have a youth division for this. So that's always really fun too, is getting to watch sort of that next generation of the cowgirls competing as well.
I love that. And then like so many county fairs, we're going to cap off the whole shindig with demo derby, because the only way to close a fair is to crash cars, right?
Hey, there's nothing more American than a good old-fashioned demo derby. And we're really blessed to get to work with our local fire department here. And they're the production team for that. And they've been doing it for over 40 years.
Wow. I imagine we're going to keep everybody well fed. Let's shout out the vendors. How many, who's there, how many first timers, and we'll keep you well fed at the state fair. Don't worry.
Absolutely. We've got some really great returning vendors. We are also sad, but we totally understand this is Rotary's final year at the fair. Yes. They're doing their farewell tour. And so everyone needs to stop by, get your Rotary burger, get your coffee mug, and celebrate with them. They've also been with us for 45 years. And so really the end of an era, but the good news is you've got 5 full days to come and eat until your heart's content at the Rotary booth, and all of our other amazing vendors. We've got some fresh bites throughout the fair, including a new Dole Whip vendor, which we're looking forward to taste testing. And we've also got folks like Jackalope Catering who have been with us for generations. So I think that no matter what you're in the mood for, there's going to be lots and lots of food to taste throughout your week at State Fair. And I think my best advice is to pace yourself, but don't limit yourself. Make sure you're eating everything that there is to enjoy. Our vendors are one of my very favorite parts of the State Fair because I am a foodie also. And so the way that we get to use food to bring people together is just such a fun element of what we get to do. And one of the key pieces of advice, maybe a 30-minute wait between that meal and getting on one of the rides at the carnival, depending on the ride. How do you use your swimming intuition there? How do you choose? I know a lot of county fairs, you get into long-term relationships with a carnival provider. You really trust what they do. You love the rides and stuff they bring in midway. What does the carnival look like for the state fair? How do you make that decision, and who do you have this year? Do you like them? We do. We work with Carnival Midway Attractions, and they've been working with us since the 2020 State Fair. So
Yeah.
we had historically been working with a different provider, and then because of the pandemic, they were not able to go out on the road that year. And that's actually what started our long-term relationship with Carnival Midway Attractions. They've got a great record. They're a clean show. They bring good rides. They take safety and security really seriously. And of course, it's fun. And so between all of that, I mean, it's a great thing to be able to bring here to Converse County and to the state of Wyoming. And we're hoping to get to work with them for years to come too. It's been a really good partnership.
Courtney, as you probably saw a little bit in Cheyenne for the Frontier Days, a fair is only as good as its infrastructure and its parking. I need to be able to park. I need like a place to park, good access to, and so how is it, if everybody shows up in Douglas at the same time, can we get them all parked?
We can. That's one of the things that the State Fair Board has done an excellent job on, and the state legislature over the years. A few years ago, in 2022, we just got an additional 19.13 acres that we use for parking as well. And so about half of our total 137 acre footprint is parking. So that way, if everybody wants to come at the same time for the same event, we've got an ample amount of parking. And then we also have ADA shuttles. And so those shuttles, they run every 10 to 15 minutes. We've got shaded areas that you can wait in. And then we've got 5 shuttle stops throughout the park. So that way, if you're somebody that maybe has some different mobility, we're still able to give you the same type of opportunity without you having to trek through the whole fairgrounds. Because we are blessed to have a large fairgrounds, but after you're here for 6 or 7 hours, it's nice to be able to go and hop on the shuttle and see the sights that way too.
Fair time is fun time. Wyoming State Fair coming up August 11th through the 15th. Find out more on the interwebs, wistatefair.com. Anything else, Courtney?
We just hope to see everybody August 11th through 15th. We're looking forward to a great state fair. Thank you for your time.
I'm coming with my cake appetite on the 15th. You know that.
I'll be there with you.
Cool.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You too, Courtney. Wyoming State Fair, we're all going to be there. Heading to Converse County, Douglas next month. Put it on your calendar. Let's take a break. We'll be back with Kate Meadows right after this.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
It's Kate Meadows, and it's a Wednesday, Cowboy State Daily Show. Kate, we had who did I have on regarding your story? No one size fits all for Wyoming's rural ambulance crisis. I had a guest on last week. I'm forgetting who was it. It was Fred Devish, right?
Yep. Crook County Commissioner.
Yeah. He was talking about that, the challenges of being rural and trying to, call 911. When's the ambulance going to get there and who pays for it?
Absolutely. It's a big problem across the state, and it's really hard to capture, it's hard to capture the problem statewide because it differs so much county to county with, these small little towns. Some counties have, larger cities, larger population centers. Some have really just tiny little towns that are so, few and far between. And so that's why, there is no one size fits all. And the few counties that I did profile, they're all doing something different. And then the ones I didn't, there's all those stories as well. So yeah, it's hard to really capture exactly, the whole big picture.
Each county has its own challenges. Sometimes it's pure mileage. Trying to get to different locations in large counties. And then a lot of times it does factor down to money. We've seen reduced revenue streams because of property tax relief. A lot of challenges to get that ambulance to where it needs to be.
Absolutely. And ambulances are expensive, right? They're not cheap. And the type of ambulance that you need in Wyoming, you don't just buy the basic, the basic ambulance. You got to have 4-wheel drive. It's got to be able to navigate those, dirt roads, the rural areas, and handle the weather, of course, too.
It's got to be, part a Razor Jeep pickup truck and part rolling ER, because it's got to be outfitted with all kinds of stuff. Good story from Kate Meadows. Let's talk about what they're doing in Uintah County. Before, what came first, chicken or the egg, the data center or the people to build it? The man camps moving forward. Uintah, Lincoln counties are in full build mode.
Yeah, so Uintah County, they recently approved the conditional use permit to move forward with the build of their man camp for their hyperscale data center. In Lincoln County, it's a little bit different because we have, this Bechtel, the company that is wanting to build the man camp for TerraPower, the Natrium plant there. They are considering a bunch of requests for proposals or RFPs from companies to build a man camp. So in Lincoln County, the talk is still potential, right? I guess it's potential in both, but Uintah County is a little bit farther ahead in the legal process of, making everything happen. What's curious to me is that you've got, these two counties that are neighbors that are both in some process of considering a man camp for that county's, an energy related project in that county.
Yeah, whether it's Prometheus Hyperscale or TerraPower. Now, you mentioned TerraPower in the man camp, and you said Lincoln County there. I thought that was in Uintah County, no,
Nope, two completely different projects. So
okay.
Kemmer is Lincoln County, and this man camp. The man camp in Kemmer would actually go in the city limits of Kemmer.
Totally. Yeah, I've spaced on that. You're right, Kemmer, Lincoln. I don't think of Kemmer as Lincoln County. I think of it like down there in Uintah County, but no.
It's real close. But still Lincoln County. But Lincoln County is a really tall county, north-south.
Totally. Yes. All right. So another story, July 27th, Kate Meadows story, retired Peabody Energy employees feel betrayed. cancellation of medical benefits. You highlight this Peabody Energy story, and I wonder how you even caught wind of this, but it's good to know.
Yeah, it's chatter out on social media by employees or retired employees who, have said that Peabody Energy has done good by them over the years. But now in retirement, it seems like they're breaking some promises, and pretty big ones at that. So we talked to a few retired employees. I heard from a bunch more after that story came out. And today we have the earnings, the Q2 earnings from Peabody Energy. So we'll be doing a follow-up on that, and kind of how that ties in with their latest decision.
Hey, Kate, as a reporter, put on your reporter hat. I'm sure you never take it off. Talk about those follow-up stories that you often get when you put out a story and you make the calls. You say, you make a call to Peabody and you're like, here, I'm working on this thing. And maybe they don't answer. You never get a reply, or they're pretty short with what is their answer. And you put out the story and then suddenly Peabody wants to say a lot more. Happens a lot in a lot of stories. Sometimes that initial story elicits a lot of feedback. You learn an angle of a story you didn't know, or suddenly a subject decides they want to talk more than they did before the story was out.
Absolutely. I mean, the dynamics are always different. And what I've found to be true is often the stories that you think are going to elicit a lot of responses don't, and the stories that you don't think will do. So it's really, at least from my experience, very hard to predict. Not really worth the energy of predicting. You just tell the story and see what happens. But yeah, I do love the feedback from readers that often do provide that angle that you hadn't known about or hadn't considered. So that feedback is really important because, we work with what we know, but we obviously don't know it all.
Yeah. Nothing's better than somebody who's on the inside, who has some knowledge that, you can't find everybody to be to quote in a story until maybe the story is out, and then you get so much more. It's really rich, the feedback. And it's available almost immediately with email and comments on socials.
It sure can be. Yeah.
Kate, where are we in the latest with data centers? I know, we're kind of on one leg, we're pro data center, and we got to get economic growth. On the other, there is nationwide concern over these things, and down to protest and even some bans and moratoriums on them. Where are we going in Wyoming? Anything update?
It probably, just like anywhere else in the country, it completely depends on who you talk to. There's the naysayers and there's the supporters, and our job is to just really capture the whole story, the whole narrative. What I do find interesting is so much of the negativity of data centers, the pushback about them, is shared on social media. And social media, relies on data centers to function. We rely on these data centers to communicate, whether we realize it or not. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what it is. And so I'm curious, can anyone say for sure, they know every aspect of where their lives, depend on a data center? I don't think we do. I think there's just so much more to learn.
It puts a capital I in irony, certainly, when you complain about data centers on social media. Somewhere there's a data center computer overheating with your comments, probably. Kate Meadows is on it, all aspects of data centers and more. Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Jake. See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday, and I think, we got just enough time to sneak in a updated rodeo report from our friends over at Western Ag Network, and Will Rasmussen has the latest.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Cheyenne Frontier Days got over Sunday evening. Huge rodeo the last part of July, and some big winners in the beaches of Cheyenne. As a matter of fact, that will affect the world standings. Cheyenne Frontier Days. The results are coming up next on the Rodeo Roadshow. Stay close.
Cattle Country Video will host its 2026 Oregon Trail Classic sale in Gary, Nebraska on Tuesday, August 4th and Wednesday, August 5th. This year's sale features an outstanding offering of over 51,000 head of yearlings and calves. Sale time both days, 8 a.m. Watch the sale live at cattlecountryvideo.com with online bidding available through Cattle USA. Again, it's Cattle Country Video's Oregon Trail Classic sale August 4th and 5th out of Gary, Nebraska. View sale lots at cattlecountryvideo.com.
Improve the effectiveness of your spray applications with an adjuvant proven to maximize performance. Dynamic from Helena is a flexible, easy-to-use combination of methylated seed oils and non-ionic surfactants. It provides excellent penetration and highly effective spreading and coverage with less impact on crops. With better, more uniform delivery, Dynamic takes your tank mix to the next level. Visit HelenaAgra.com to learn more. Always read and follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
The beaches of Cheyenne at temps near 100 degrees, and the competition was tight and hot as well. Jake O'Roper won the bareback riding event. He's from Oklahoma. Cole Pugh from Richards, Texas, he's on his permit. He wins the biggest rodeo of his young life. He's 21 years old. He wins the steer wrestling event. Here's a couple of young'uns, second, third generations. Tyler Tryon and Nikki Northcott from Texas win the team roping event. Ryder Wright, the three-time world champion for the very first time after 12 tries at Cheyenne, wins the saddle bronc riding. Britt Bedke, Oakley, Utah, wins the tie-down roping. Cheyenne McCartney, the breakaway roper from Oklahoma, wins the breakaway. Barrel racer Taylor Moykins from Three Forks, Montana, the champion barrel racer. She also won Lewistown, Montana over the weekend. She had a great week. And the Colorado kid Luke Mackey wins the bull riding event, the only man to ride a bull in the championship round. He's already in the top 10. That will solidify his quest to go to the NFR. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, interesting to hear. Cheyenne Frontier Days always shakes up the standings, the PRCA rodeo contestant standings. Standings measured in the sport of rodeo, if you didn't know, by money. It's the green, man, and they gave away a lot of money at the Cheyenne Frontier Days. They didn't give it away. You had to earn it. But the money earned by the time that Daddy of Mall Wraps really moves the needle and changes the standings of the top 15 go on to the NFR this December. That'll do it for us on the show, Cowboy State Daily. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great Wednesday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.